Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, November the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Williams. You guys can hear me. You can see my screen. Great. Just to talk about our trade of the week this week is Fubo, F-U-B-O. Suggested entry is $2.60. I know it hit 260 in the pre-market, but typically it's only live during market hours. So how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, will be up to you. I think Steve said they stopped at 242. So let's see what happens with Fubo this week. Thank you, Les, in our YouTube room. So yeah, so this TIVC, I mean, the only news I could see was from Friday, so I don't know if that's just a rehash or a delayed reaction. But TIVC, and by the way, guys, look at this. Let me just get this here. So we are definitely outside of earnings. Well, we have some earnings plays this week, don't get me wrong, but certainly not as many as the last couple of weeks. But the change from the close, which I sort on to see the ones that are up the most from Friday's close, and on the way down or on the way up, not that many in either. So we're gonna have to start off with anyway, probably have a pretty slow morning. The TIVC, yeah, it's a very low float. And again, they had some news on Friday. The reaction on Friday was no big deal, but maybe it's a delayed reaction. I don't know. We have to check the news here. TIVC Health received second Global Health Pharma Award, etc. That was on Friday. Now, Verve, VERV, reaction to its data, very negative, but it has had a bounce. Just give me one moment. So Verve has had a bounce. It's near its lifetime low, VERV. It did have a bounce, so almost a dollar, over a dollar. It was down to 8.90 and it bounced up to 10.50. Starting to come down again though. Not a terribly low float, 42 million, but not high. So I'll have to keep an eye on Verve, VERV. TSEM, this is an earnings play. TSEM is an earnings play. Tower Semiconductor out of Israel. So this is an earnings play, and so far the reaction is not great. Maybe some support around the 2250 level. Genie. And there's not a lot of excitement for me this morning. I'm just, these are some of the earnings plays though. Genie actually almost looks like it wants to go not positive, but back to neutral. But Genie is an earnings play, GENI. TSN, Tyson is an earnings play. TSN is an earnings play. Again, I mean, not a huge move, 3%. It has recovered quite a bit, actually, though, from 43.42. So it's tacked on a couple of dollars from its low in the pre-market. Stone, STNE. I think this is also an earnings play, STNE, Stone Co. Yeah, okay, so it's up 5%, approaching the 200-day moving average. It's getting closer to that 200-day moving average, which is at 1140. That may stall it. Plenty of shares available to short for that one. This is a more expensive one. I don't know this one too well. Mandy, MAMNDY. It's actually Monday.com. I've seen it before, but not in a long time. Another stock out of Israel through the 200-day moving average. This is an earnings play. It's a big move. Okay, this is a really low float, 25 million in the float for a $156 stock. I'm just looking at the spread. Spread is not as bad as I thought it would be. The dollar, I thought it might even be $2 or $3. Anyway, there's Mindy, MNDY. And then this Life W. Looks like this, well, we have it as an earnings play during market hours. So I don't know really what's going on. LIFW. We have November 13th during market hours, which is, not usual. I don't see any earnings release yet for it though. So maybe that's true. So that is LIFW. And then CAUD, which is pulled back a lot, but it's still up a lot. But it has pulled back a lot now. CAUD. This is probably a SPAC that turned into a CAUD 2 weeks ago. Not a good one, obviously. It has been dropping ever since it opened as CAUD. But today it's up. It is up 31%. Excuse me, up 31%. After hours yesterday, yesterday. After hours on Friday, it got up to 642. So again, not a lot of activity this morning. However, guys, if you're in the room on Friday afternoon, you know that I was suggesting that we keep looking at this Met C and right around here. And what a nice run it had at the end of the day. I wish I could say I kept it, got out of it, most of it in the 1685 to 1690 mark. Then after that, it tacked on, got all the way up to 1773, almost a dollar from where I exited. So it is still strong. METC is still strong. And again, it had all that big news on Thursday. Okay, that big news on Thursday, and it is sustained. That news has helped sustain it. Duolingo. So I kind of see what happened. Also, they had earnings. Earnings obviously were met with great enthusiasm. A second day continuation. But I also understand that they're branching into math and music. Okay, so trying to become even more educational, not just for languages, but for other disciplines. So that is what I also read about Duolingo. All-time high, right? Well, 94%. So this is the all-time high, I think, right up here, 217, which it hit on Friday. RLX is an earnings play. It's very cheap. RLX is also a little earnings play out of China. Very low float. So that's under a million in the float. So I suppose we should watch it just in case something crazy happens. Thank you, Casa. So that was the COD, CAUD. All right, let me take a look quickly at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. And as was pointed out, Moody's came out with a sort of downgraded your country, the United States, on I guess when the market closed on Friday. So it's put a bit of a some downward pressure now on the market. All right, let's take a look at some of these upgrades, see if there's anything interesting. Interesting, meaning is there one stock that's being upgraded by, say, multiple firms, or some price target that looks kind of crazy when compared to its current price? Let's take a look at the AXS as an example. AXS, see if the price target is already there. Nope. Okay, so Keefe Bruyette is upgrading them to 66. That's a price target of 66. Not hardly any volume though. All right. There are Some upgrades, downgrades in. Is there a trade ideas earnings strategy builder? No. I mean, we obviously know when earnings are coming out. After that, really, it's a matter of just. So I don't know what you mean by earnings strategy builder exactly. Maybe you can expand on that a little bit, Keith. All right, now I'll take a look at the downgrades. Oh, look at Beyond Meat. Oh my goodness, Beyond Meat downgraded now to $5. Beyond Meat, BYND. And Plug, another more downgrades for Plug. I think they had earnings on, oh man, and Love, JetBlue. Maybe keep an eye on Unity. Unity had that big recovery on Friday. Had earnings on Friday. Was way down. Recovered a huge amount. Yeah. So Keith, you're looking at a website that might say, yeah, no. It's always a guess, in my opinion, about what what once a company releases earnings. I know there's all sorts of websites out there that are going to say, well, we think, that as an example, Palo Alto, PA&W, going to come in at this. This is our estimation of its EPS and guidance, etc. But you know what? Doesn't matter. I mean, they could be right, they could be wrong. There's no if it were that easy, just looking at a website like that, and I know there are all sorts of, you know, webs or companies that specialize in taking a look at earnings, but I can't say that yes, just pile into that one because these guys say it's going to go up. Always a gamble. That's why I don't trade through earnings. I'll let earnings happen, and then afterwards, look at Duolingo as an example. Okay, Duolingo had earnings. I have no idea that it was going to do this. Remember, Duolingo had, in theory, the bad news that Google was going to kind of take over their business and had this big downturn. Who knows what they were going to say? But this is a second day continuation and maybe even a third now. I don't know. So no. Well, all you can. Well, you got. I don't want to say you got lucky, Keith, but a lot of times, good news is already built in. But so no, there's nothing that trade ideas can help you with in terms of bidding it, like sort of getting an edge on earnings. I mean, if you have a site that you trust and they seem to be right more often than they're wrong, fine. And there's the Met C guys. Met C now 18. All right, let's take a look at these sectors now. Of course, we had a huge day on Friday. Last week was a wonderful day, actually, for the market. Last What did I say? Last week was a wonderful day. Last week was a wonderful week for the market. So I'm going to click on our from new. I'm going to click on doc channel bar. Click on show more, and then I'm going to scroll down till we see our sectors. These are the major sectors that you're going to see. So yeah, so Keith, I mean, it's up to you then, really. It sounds like you found maybe a website that you are somewhat trusting. Nothing within trade ideas can help, but maybe that website that you're looking at. If you trust it, you're just going to have to monitor it going forward, obviously. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. What you see 85% in green, what does that mean? It means that 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Now, again, we're in for a negative open. So most of the sectors are probably going to be below 50%. And yes, other than energy. So other than energy, so energy right now, as we speak, is the strong sector. So let's take a look at energy. I want to take a look at some of these with respect to the 200-day moving average. So energy is still below the 200-day moving average. Retail, XRT, most of these are still going to be below the 200-day moving average, but a lot of them were, yeah, retail is still not great, guys. Even though the market rallied, for the last, say, week and a half, retail is still stuck. XLP, consumer staples, XLP, yeah, still well below. I mean, most of the rally was tech stocks, communications. XLV, I think XLV was getting closer. Healthcare was getting closer, but yeah, still below. So far, we have no sectors above the 200-day moving average. XLI, I think we're only going to have three, maybe financials. Now, there's XLI. You can see it touched the 200-day moving average on Friday, but did not close above it. Financials, XLF was all around the 200-day. My guess is it's through it now. Yeah, barely through the 200-day moving average. So that is one, though. So we'll have to count that as one. Discretionary was definitely at the nice rally, and discretionary, I think, was above. Yeah, was above. Utilities, XLU, will not be above the 200-day moving average. Still drifting away. And then materials, XLB, materials. Yeah, not still below, but the two stars, XLC, communications. You can see that rising 200-day moving average, but the price is rising away from it. Almost at, I think this is an all-time. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. This is not an all-time high for XLC. But XLK, that is the one that was almost at an all-time high, I believe. Yeah, so this is the all-time high right up here. So technology and communications are leading the charge, of course, for the SPY anyway. So we have four of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. So Keith, I mean, the best thing you can do is probably just keep checking. I mean, we got some more earnings plays. We're not completely. Look at Metsi, by the way, guys, over 18 now. We're not completely out of earning season, so a good chance for you to keep checking whatever that website is you're using. Oh, I don't trade the sectors and their stocks, Ray. The only reason I take a look at it is just to get an overall look at the market. Okay, I mean, if you were wanting to, let me just bring it back up again. But I don't trade. I don't trade any. I'm only doing that just to take a look at sort of the overall market conditions, okay, and what the major sectors are doing. It's not like I'm not trading. No, 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 no. I'm not saying go a lot like today. You probably wouldn't because I'm sure the market is XLC. I'm sure is. Look at XLC right now, or XLC, 78% are down from Friday's close, 84%. All I'm doing here is just checking out what the strong sectors are. Doesn't mean today is going to be strong. So it depends what you're talking about. Are you talking about going long, long term, or you're talking about intraday trading? But I don't trade the ETFs. I don't look at the stocks that make these up. This is just to give you a sort of a glimpse at what the market's all about, pre-market and long term, by looking at the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so intraday, I mean, communications and technology are weak today, right now. Right now, I mean, look at that, 78% are down from Friday's close. Communications, 84 down. XLK. That doesn't mean they're going to collapse. Of course, they're still way above the 200-day moving average. But today is a day in which most of the market is going to be down. Now we could have a rally, and then you can take a look. Keith is talking about Palo Alto, PANW. Has earnings coming up. Maybe the reaction is going to be great. Maybe it won't be. So anyway, no. So I don't trade these. So if you're asking me how to, the only thing if I bound and determined wanting to look at this a little more closely, let's say a sector is down. Okay, so 84% of the stocks are down. You might take a look and find out, well, which one, which are up, which are kind of going counter trend. So you can see that Palo Alto, PANW, MSI, PTC, Nvidia, and Oracle. I think Oracle had an upgrade today. You can see that those ones are the only ones that are up from Friday's close. All the rest that make up XLK are down. I don't know. Maybe you want to pay attention to these guys. In communications, yeah, Fox A and IPG. These are the only ones that are up from Friday's close. 80% of them are down. Well, as I'm saying, I mean, right now, Palo Alto, PANW appears to be a pretty strong stock in technology today. Most of the tech stocks are down, but there's Palo Alto up. It's only up 0.6%. We're not going crazy or anything. But it's the same thing. Just you want to, all you have to do is just load this, and you can take a look and see if there's anything going counter. For instance, here's energy. 85% of them are up. Let's take a look. Go all the way down. COP. These are the ones that are down. COP, PSX, and WMB. Maybe something's going on with these guys. I don't know. But we're not talking about huge moves down. We're also not talking about huge moves up for most of these. Okay, so I mean, you can look at these and try to see if there's what is a strong, especially if a sector is beaten up. What are some of the strong ones in that sector? Doesn't mean you take the trade right away or anything, but I suppose it's a way of maybe looking at stocks that are running counter to their sector on a day in which the market is really up a lot. You can take a look at the stocks that are down in a sector. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe it's an earnings play. But understand, the only reason I do this is just to give a bit of an idea about what sectors are strong to start the day, and where are they with respect to the 200-day moving average. What is sort of the overall health of the market? All right, guys, let's see. How's this Mindy Mandy doing? Monday. How's Monday doing? Appropriate to have, maybe they always make sure they do that, have earnings on a Monday. So anyway, this is an earnings play, monday.com. What do they do? Social communications. Yeah, okay. Anyway, great. I mean, great reaction through the 200-day moving average. I don't think I saw ACRS. Oh, that's why it's a cheap, super cheap, down 86%. Doing a financing? No. Plummeting on plummeting on terminating development of their rheumatoid arthritis drug. Probably that's all they do. Yeah, I'm still trying to see if this is really going to be an earnings play. November 13th during market hours. Very rarely do stocks release earnings during market hours. Usually it's pre-market or after hours, but we have here market hours, and I don't see anything in Interactive Brokers that is telling me they've released earnings, but something's going on, obviously. Give me a moment, guys. Wow, look at that MET-C. Wow. Climber still MET-C way over 18 now, 1830. So Real was talking about this is an earnings play. Tyson, TSN. Well, certainly we saw some nice bounce plays on some of the earnings plays that got hit hard on Friday, even Thursday. But because of what the market was doing, we saw a lot of great bounce plays. Now, the market, of course, is going the opposite direction. So, yeah, you'd have to think that, okay, this is a bounce for TSN, but, the market is definitely drifting down. So, as opposed to, now let's take a look at you. I want to see you, not you, but you, Unity. Yeah, so look at Unity. So, it was an unbelievable day for Unity. It was all the way down to here, 20 like $22, closed at 26, basically at the high of the day before Thursday. And that was an earnings play. It recovered all day long and closed right near the high. But today, with the market being weak, it did have a downgrade. Okay, Verve is right back down, guys. VERV is right back down. There is one that had a huge pop on a percentage basis anyway, from 890 all the way up to 1055. Now it's starting to come down. This is down on negative data. Well, the market is perceiving this as negative data, down 40%. Whoa, already a minute? Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, and we'll get rid of this. This is the second week of the test drive, and I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Other one to maybe keep an eye on, ILMN, sort of a little bit like, it was a little bit like, yeah, you. Big recovery, was an earnings play, but it got down, still way down, but it did recover all day, ILMN. So with the market being relatively weak this morning to start anyway, there down goes ILMN, guys, ILMN, starting to move down. So look, so Tyson is, it's hard. This is why it's so hard to predict. But look at Tyson TSN. What a now maybe it's moving with the market. I don't know. But TSN, I mean, it almost went positive. In fact, it went positive. Go figure. A real? A real? Doesn't mean it's going to remain. NVO. NVO. Well, let's see what this market does on this first 15-minute candle. It's trying to get green. Wow. Okay. WOW. Wow. Okay, guys, there's the ILMN. ILMN. I mean, this is definitely weakening, but it's early. And there's the market. Look at the big topping tail now. There's the STNE. Yeah, it's an earnings play. STNE is an earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average. Now, looking left, looks like there could be some resistance around 1177. If I look left on the daily chart, could be some resistance around 1177. Ripple U. So this is a uranium play. Now, let's take a look at uranium. Just URA. Let's see if uranium itself is on the move here. Ooh, look at Verve, guys. Verve. So the uranium is strong. URA. So there's Verve. Now, the next low, this is almost an all-time low. The next low, the all-time low looks like 853. And that is for VERV. I'd be a little more, well, bullish on taking the short. If it hadn't done this little pop-up, and again, this STNE, I mean, this may not stop it. A little area that I saw over here around 1177. I may not stop it. It may be strong enough to get through, but if I look at the market now, remember we had a nice green bar up here, but the market is now selling off or selling off that pop. So, all right, guys, Verve on the way down. VERV. But as usual, going to be a little bit choppy to start. There's a 50-cent pop on it. TTI, really no action in the pre-market, but look at this one, TTI, guys. So the next high looking left is 512. So, I mean, it's pretty close. It's 20 cents away, but so it's got to get through five, number one, and then 512. If it can do that, then it does have some room to the 565 mark. Not saying it's getting there. Look at ILMN, guys. I mentioned this one. I did not take it, but for those of you who don't mind taking earlier trades, look at the ILMN. Wow. Nice little $3 drop. DVA. Let's see if this is an earnings play. Nope. DaVita has a little bit of room. 91.27 is the 200-day moving average, so it's got a little bit of room. 88.83 right now for DaVita, DVA. All right, Riley Financial. I remember this. Yeah, I remember when I had this little run here. Look at what happened last week, though, with Riley, RILY. That Tyson still looks pretty strong. TSN gone positive for sure now. Amazing. Took out that high over here, 46.90. Sorry, 48.27, or it's getting close to that high right there. Maybe that stops it. I don't know, but it is a what a rally. 43 to 48. There's an example. You look at TSN, earnings release provides a downbeat full year outlook. On and on and on. I mean, I understand. I mean, this looked really bleak, but look at the reaction. I'm not saying it's going to maintain this. But that's why when you try to analyze the reports, it can drive you crazy. Now this one's got some room. MNTK definitely has some room. Horrible day on Friday. Horrible day. It was not, didn't appear to be an earnings play. I don't know what happened here. But now the only problem is we've got actually the 200-day moving average, that's 860. So that's kind of far enough away. Okay, Verve back down again. Mm. Doctor CT, DRCT. This is had a great day on Friday. This I don't know if it was an earnings play. There's Verve, guys. Verve now, almost an all-time low. Looks like the all-time low was right here at 852. Imagine if it takes that out. And Verve meaning VERV. Wow, LIFW. Wow, what a move. Look at this move here, guys. Look at the volume that came in. Son of a gun. Look at this volume that came into LIFW. Again, it looks like they're releasing earnings market hour sometime. Has to be a reason. Well, that doesn't there don't have to be a reason for some of these crazy moves with these floats, but the high looking left now for was on Friday at 740. Man, oh man, LIFW. What's the spread like? Actually, it's not terrible. This is your definition definition of an alpha stock. Look at this big green bar. Look at this red bar in the SPY. It's trading completely on its own. All right, guys. Verve. This could be. I mean, look, it takes out that low. Look out. I mean, I haven't seen this one for a while. Huya, HUYA, a China stock through the 200-day moving average, getting close to that high though. Okay, guys, Verve. And another one that showed is showing up now in my 10-day daily breakdown is that Riley, RILY. We're almost 15 minutes in. Look at Riley, guys. RILY. Look at this market now. Following the market, basically. I wish this would settle down just a little bit, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Riley, okay, 9:45. So now I can start really looking at. It took out 23 like nothing. So again, if you're a little less conservative than I am, this is what I'm talking about. So there's the Riley at 9:44, 23. Wow, 23:57 was so close. 23:57 suggestion to short. Look at it now, 22.71, and there's the Verve 8.92, and it's down to what, 8.50 something, and 8.53. So a couple of really nice ones so far on the breakdown. Yeah, looks like the STNE is kind of stalling right around that level here. There's the man, look at Riley. Oh, man. Okay, I see our AI has got looking at METC, guys. METC, METC. I think I'm gonna have to back it out on the monthly chart to see where the next high is. So there's a high at 1824, okay, on the monthly chart. And then if I can get through that, the next high is 21. Not saying it's going to get to 21, but I think it really it has to take out 1824. So why don't I just, it did, I mean, it did briefly. But why don't I just put an alert right around that area, a little over 1824, and see if it takes it out. And that's where the Met C, I could get me in it. Okay, guys. Yeah, excuse me, LIFW, LIF W. Okay, Met C. I threatened, I threatened to swing this trade from down here. I just didn't do it. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm just, okay. Well, this is just, this is, yeah, gone completely crazy. 4.6 million in the float. Still don't see that it's released earnings. Okay, guys, METC is right back up to that 1822 level. If it can really, really clear it, it's got a ton of room still. Okay, STNE. So that little area that I thought could stall it for a while, it looks like it's trying to take it out. It's that area right there. You can see the highs right there at 1177, 1177. If it can blast through that, then the next highs are in that 1250 mark for STNE. You know what? What I'm going to do is go to another site. I just want to check out on this. Not that it matters now. I mean, it's too far gone, but and there's no shorts available for me or LIFW. Yeah, so I don't know what to say. It said they had earnings before the market opened in September 1, so that I don't know what to say. It's certainly not, we're not 3 months past that. So I don't know what to say about this one. Met C, guys, Met C, METC, Met C. So you can see that, I mean, again, it's Monday, but these are the only earnings plays so far. If you recall on Friday, when I tried to expand this window, I couldn't even cover my entire monitor, could not see every single earnings play. So, man, what a miss by me on the Riley. Riley is, actually, I don't know if it was a miss now. I'm pretty sure there were shorts available earlier, but I don't right now at Interactive Brokers, there are no shorts available for Riley, RILY. So it's possible. I'm pretty sure I looked earlier and there were shorts. Just give me one moment, please, guys. Met C. And look at Tyson. I mean, Tyson is just a monster now in the opposite direction of what I'm sure most of us thought. I mean, it's just a monster. I mean, look, at some point, will it probably drop? So WOW's got a little bit of room. 325 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So I've got a little bit of room. This was an earnings play last week. Most of my filters are under. I think this one goes up to 50. I mean, I'll trade anything, okay, Joe, if I do, but most of my alerts are all my screens are all set up for stocks 50 and under. But if I do see something, if somebody points out something that I like, I will take it, of course. But and that's just me. This has been choppy, but I'm still somewhat liking it. Mentally, it did this on Friday, and then it had the big run after in the last hour and a half or so. Real, did you check earlier on if Riley were available? Pretty sure it was available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, well, there's the stone now, STNE. So it's right at this. You can just sort of see on the daily chart. I get stone up again, STNE. Just got to get through this. Look at the daily chart, look left. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, kind of 6 days at this level it's at right now. Well, you can see, like, to me, it looks like it's a resistance area, right? Lear, Leor, it's a resistance area that it's struggling to get through. You look left on a daily chart, and you can see there's a lot of action, right around that 1180 mark. So if it can really, find its way through that 1180, then it's got some room. Arguably, I'm not saying it's getting there, but to 1266, that would be kind of the next level. But it is, you can kind of see how it's just struggling a little bit to get through. You have to have a daily chart. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Well, I wish anybody with IB, do you remember if Riley were available earlier on? RILY, if it was actually available earlier on? Available as in shorts available, of course. This is what I'm talking about, guys. So there we had a, 944 suggestion to short at 2357. And look at this move down to 20. So there were none available? Okay, then I'm not gonna beat myself up. I could have sworn I saw them, but I guess I'm wrong. Okay, come on, Metsi, stop this nonsense. Just move. Get over to that 1830 and hold. Well, maybe we bounce now. Maybe there's a little bit of a bounce going to happen with Riley. What's the well, way below the VWAP, so there's no, the only thing is maybe, that I call it a pretty psychological number, 20, for it to break down. It may not happen, or it may not bounce at 20. In fact, look at that, 2002 now. 1982. Okay, so much for that. Okay, you know what? I took myself out of the Met C. I just find it's just too choppy. Basically flat. I'll take a look at it later on. Maybe but it's got to get it back over this 1830 mark, and it's sort of doing what it did on Friday. So I took myself out basically flat. Flat meaning no gain, no loss, no gain. Okay, guys, shot. Safety shot. Okay, this is started trading a shot. This is my monthly chart a couple of months ago. So let me get back to my weekly chart. You can just see, I mean, it's just got to get through this level here for STNE. I mean, it might do it. Not too many earnings plays today, so it's actually one of the good things, when we have sort of reduced earnings and people like myself and others who like to follow stocks that are earnings, less stocks to concentrate on. Okay, well, what's happening with Riley? RILY. I mean, I know it's a financial, but I mean, what in the world is happening? I don't see any specific news today, but I mean, this has been in a decline for what, 5 days now? I mean, this has been cut in half because on the 6th. So a week ago, this was a $40 stock. Mm, yeah, a little bit late though. Yeah, 12,000 shares have become available to short. I just can't do it now. I mean, when I say I can't, mentally I can't. It's a reference that 90% of the people in this room probably have no clue what you meant, Grumpy. Nope, Zach has not been around. I don't know what happened, but he's been long gone. All right, SNDL. What is this one doing? SNDL. This is a cannabis play. Don't have any faith in any of these cannabis plays. How about CCSI? Okay, CCSI. So CS actually, okay. The problem is, I mean, just look. I mean, there's no volume. What are you going to do? There's no volume. So, I mean, I see if there was volume, that'd be pretty interesting on a 23 break because then the next high would be almost around 25, but there's just no volume. Verve knocked me. I did end up taking this short a little earlier and did okay, but now look at it now. Now it's an all-time low. When it couldn't get through that 50 level, I decided to get out. But look at it now, Verve all-time low. So here are the two from my 10-day daily breakdown. You can see why I love this one. I mean, the Riley, I mean, it's incredible. But even the Verve now, 892, 822. Not as, I mean, the stone isn't bad. STNE 1155. It's at 1170 something. Still struggling to kind of to get through that 1180. What did the Doctor CT do? 460. What did it do from there? Yeah, a little pop, but not much. But the two stars certainly are the two shorts from this scan right now. And am I sharing my scans? Yes, I am. All right, so Stone is again back up to that level. STNE is back up to that level. STNE. It's also I see RAI has got it. What I'm talking about right here. So right there, 878. Okay, TSN looks like it may have taken out the VWAP. TSN, the VWAP is at 4769. So it's right at the VWAP, guys. TSN right at the VWAP. So is it now that it's finally going to drop? There's the VWAP, 4769. It's at 4771 right now. Or will the VWAP act as support? Hmm. Ah, man, I mentioned that TTI earlier. TTI earlier. It just has to get through that 512. If it can get through 512, I'm going to stick an alert around 516 for TTI. Then when you look left, 566. So it would have a lot of room on a percentage basis. So look at TSN, guys. TSN is trying to hold the VWAP. So instead of my having to look at the chart, what I'll do is I'll just put an alert, price alert right around the low there, 47.65, which will be about the VWAP, and see if it takes it out. I mean, I mean, tremendous run here. Okay, ST&E. Guys, it's showing up in the okay, now really watch it. I mean, you can watch it earlier, of course, but remember, I'm always saying, you see something in the 10-day daily breakout, probably going to be in the momentum anyway, but also in the abnormal option activity. Pay attention, please. Now, this could really start to run. Gonna have to take out that whole number, of course. Keep an eye on the TSN, guys. TSN is still hanging around the VWAP. TSN hanging around the VWAP, 47.69. But maybe that's going to hold it. Okay, guys, stone, as I say, you see it here, you see it here, and you see it here. And you even see it here. My goodness, okay? So many different types of alerts, okay? These are different types of alerts, different scans picking up STNE. Oh, So this is another one that sort of crawled back from the lows of the day. AMPS, AMPS. And, if it takes out 5, I mean, the next high looking left is around 550 on the daily chart, but it is crawled back. Was down to 423, right back up to 5 now. But watch this market now. Not that these, I mean, it's an earnings play, so kind of trading on its own. Really keep an eye on TTI, guys. I mean, if it takes out 512, you can see all the room it's got looking left. It's not a low float either, 117 million. Don't know what they do. So this is energy stock, okay. Okay, guys. So Metsi is back up. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off. That's just me. I mean, these I mean, this may get it going. 1852. I mean, it still has a ton of room on the monthly chart. All right, now this one's got room. Core Bridge Financial, CRBG. You can see it's almost at the high of Friday, showing up in our abnormal option activity scan. Okay, I think this is out of whack. Yeah, this is out of whack. This is no way that it's like this. Yeah, it's 512. That's why I'm saying if it can take that out, then it's got room well, then again, room. The next high would be 563, I think, for TTIZ. That's what I mean. That's why it's got to clear that 512. Yeah, but you see, I mean, it's struggling. Stone guys, again, I don't know how much more I can emphasize it. When you see it in all sorts of different scans that, they're all kind of similar. They're looking for stocks near the high of the day. Well, I'm not in it right now, but I'm going to put an alert around 1850. That'll be near the high of the day. And that's the Met C. So, I mean, the stone has got I mean, the Stone's got some room. 1236, I think, is the next high. 1236. Just got to get through that whole number of 12, and then maybe attack that 1236. Give me a moment, guys. Just internal discussion happening. I just want to. Okay, what's the market doing? So the market is really kind of blah right now. I mean, Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little, NAS is down a little, nothing earth-shattering. So PBYI, PBYI. PNT is an earnings plan. Let's take a look at PNT. This looks like this is a buyout. This looks like this has been a buyout for a while, PNT, but they did release earnings today. Invo, I think this had a, yeah, this is one of those crazy ones. On October 23rd, had the massive move, sold off, and it dropped all the way back down to almost that 55-cent level from where it came. I'm trying to have another day or so. November 13th post-market, so actually release earnings after hours. Not that I think anybody's expecting big earnings from this company, but INVO, low float, 2.5, 2.4 million in the float. So TSN is still hanging around the VWAP, guys, just a little bit above the VWAP. It's fading a little bit, but you got to watch that VWAP 40. So the VWAP has gone up a little bit, of course, 47.75. You would think that maybe if it gets down to 47.67, which is the low there, that could get it running down. That's why I have an alert set there for TSN. Okay, guys, it's 10:25. So typically what I do right around now is just go over some of the things you'll find on my homepage. We still have the promo on for 30% off. Okay. So I do want to talk about that. Okay. So I just put my homepage link in, and this is what you're going to find. So this promo, okay, early bird 30, probably disappearing tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, okay? 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, just before midnight Eastern time, okay? It's possible it'll still be available tomorrow, but if you do want to get 30% off, sometimes they carry over. I know the email says tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Sometimes they carry over the following day, but if you definitely want to get 30% off the first month only or the entire year, you know, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Now, if you decide that you do want an annual subscription, you can always try us out for a month, and then if within 30 days you decide, look at Riley, another new low. So if within 30 days though of taking out a monthly at that 30% discount, you decide you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 30%. Of course, the reason for taking out an annual, your per month cost is quite a bit lower. I think it works down to about $58 from 118 on a standard service, okay, on our standard service. So now if you do take out a subscription, you have to do this to get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos, download and install your first startup and login. Pay attention to this, the introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? This is a software program, so of course there's a bit of a learning curve. If you're brand new to trading or relatively new to trading, or even just looking for a refresher, you can take a look at this Trading 101. This is a free series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. The first one starts off as basic as you can get. What is a stock? Okay. And I think the last couple of videos talk about the idea of having a trading plan, as opposed to just going, oh, I think I'll take this stock. You have to have a reason for taking a stock. Okay. You have to have some kind of a reason. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I know it was Fubo. Let's see, did a trigger, FUBO. The trigger was 260. So it did not trigger. We got up to 258. So if you get the email suggests an entry, a trigger price. And again, it was 260. So it did not trigger yet. Now, how you trade it, if you do trade it, is up to you, of course. There is a stop. I think it was 242. The education section is here. Here's our user guide. Now, again, it's a user guide. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. Getting started is here again. Alert windows. If I were going to look at this user guide, I would say, okay, I know trade ideas is all about alert windows and top list windows. So at least understand what they're all about. Stock racing, if you want to take a look at what the stock racing is, and price alerts. You see me have price alerts all the time. Okay. But again, don't get overwhelmed by all this. You don't have to learn everything. Here's that getting started series again. So daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm with Chris before I do take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do take my break so you can head over and listen to Chris. Okay. And now, before I go to my scans, so all I ask is this: if at some point in time you decide that you do want to take out a subscription, please come to the room, or you can save my link and use whatever promo code is available. Okay, this really will help the room. This is a free room. We like to keep it that way. The way we keep it a free room is when you decide whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, you want to take out a subscription, just use my promo. That will really help to keep this room free. Okay. There's a cost to obviously running the room. And so the more people who take out subscriptions that have been in my room, the better it is for the room. And now, if you do click on my homepage link, here are my scans. Go to the middle, scroll down a little bit, the middle section. These are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This shows me the gappers. These are the ones that have moved the most since the previous day's close, up or down. You'll see my halts resumes. There's Stone. Come on, break 12. I am a cheerleader right now for Stone, STNE. Halts resumes is over here. Not too active today. There is my momentum scan right here. Momo right there. This is the abnormal option activity scan is right here. And then what you can't see on my other two monitors, these scans right here, the breakout and breakdowns. So just a word about, how I like to see things. I like to also usually I like to have a don't repeat. That's what the don't repeat stands for. You can see I am sharing it. So I can kind of click on an alert and say, okay, what did I do from that first alert? And that's the don't repeat. And this is the repeating version. It's the same thing with the, okay, so the first alert, here's the first alert was 2156 in the abnormal option scan for Riley. And of course, you can see it got down to 1869. Verve 1874, it got down to what, 830 something. I just like to have this so I can kind of see, okay, what did it do from that first alert? And and Stone 81188 was the first alert in the abnormal option activity scan. A little bit earlier in my 10-day daily breakout, 1155. So again, those are the scans that I'm sharing. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, I was going to go over a little bit about what you're seeing here in terms of the momentum scan and the abnormal. Hey, guys, maybe this is it. This break of 12. Remember, we have room until 12, what was it, 36? 12:36. I don't know if it's going to get there. But at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance anymore until 12:36. Well, okay, Leora, I mean, the question, okay, I'm going to try to answer some questions now. What is better about the stop loss? Placing the stop under the candle for 15 minutes or using the smart risk level? There's no better. Really, you have to practice, okay? I mean, this is what happens is when you click on an alert from Trade Ideas, okay, it's going to say, "If you trade at 1204, here's a suggested stop area." I'm sorry, that's a bad example because this is from the AI. Let me do another one. INVO, okay? So INVO, what they're saying, yeah, leave it. Give me a moment. Oh, that's why I didn't have the smart list levels. I didn't have it checked. Okay. So what they're saying here is that, okay, 119, if you took this trade right at 119, they're suggesting a stop at 87. It's just a suggestion. And how it comes to that stop, that smart risk level stop is it's a There's more math involved than what I'm going to say, but it takes a look at the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, and it feeds that into the system and it generates a smart stop. Whether you use it or not, it's just an idea, okay? And but there's no better. I mean, to me, that for me personally, that would probably be too wide a stop. And you're asking, would it be better to use the low of the 15-minute candle? Again, there's no better. You have to practice. Okay. You just have to practice. You have to figure out a way in which you like to see stops, where you're going to put your stop. You can practice in the simulator. If putting a stop at the low of a 15-minute candle seems to work out well, or using this smart stop level, but there's no right or wrong. Okay. Is there a way to see an end of day summary where you can see all stocks scanned with different? No. Well, I mean, you can obviously go through all this, because this will have the entire day here. Okay, right from 9:30. But as far as a summary is concerned, this is what. Okay, for instance, though, if I don't do this for the momentum scan, but I could also do a don't repeat for the momentum scan. So this actually, the don't repeat, kind of acts like a summary. Right? Because these are the only alerts I've had in my 10-day daily breakout. These are the only ones in the 10-day daily breakdown. These are the only ones in the abnormal option activity. So, I mean, at a glance, that's a summary right there. You can see these were the alerts. So you could, if you wanted to, with the alert window, is duplicate it and then properties, don't repeat, and do the same thing, for a day. I'm not going to do it here. Then you would just get kind of a summary of what you would see in this one. But there's no overall summary that's going to say, okay, take every single scan and just create a list like this for you. No, but that's a way to do it. Okay, does that make sense? And Luis, yeah. So if you go to the, I will demonstrate one time, okay, how you can dock, okay. But if you went to the guide, so again, here's my homepage link. So if you go to the guide or click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section right here, and then you click on the user guide, and you'll see there is a section on docking right there. Okay, so I will show you how you can do it, but you may forget, of course, so at least you have a reference. You can go to the guide on docking. Okay, I think I'm missing the boat on a nice short. Maybe not. So there's Axe showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But I will demonstrate on the screen. Okay, I will demonstrate how you can, how do you start off creating a doc. Unusual options is pulling different stocks in mind. Okay, so if I right click, these first of all, I only have 150% now. So that might be the reason, okay? Depends on what version of it that you loaded, because I used to have 200% and 300% for the going up or down. Now I've just got 150%. So is that the difference? Let me just go over this. So, okay, just okay. That's the reason. Yeah, I decided to get rid of it. It was too. I figured the 150 is good enough. So you should be able to do it this way, coffee. The only problem is weekends kind of screw it up a bit. If you click on configure, and then question is, how do I see a stock breaking yesterday's high, for instance? So if I click on this, you see the days here. So ideally, if you put two there, that would be a second day high. Okay. The problem is it does count weekends. So for instance, today, if you had that scanned, you'd probably have to put three because it's going to count it's going to count Saturday and Sunday. So you want to go back to Friday, which is 3 days ago. And I think that is still the limitation. But once you get into like, if you were on Wednesday, you could probably put two here, and that would give yeah, I think one might be the look back. You can see I don't use this. One might be the look back day. It makes sense because when you leave it blank, that's today. So one is probably the look back day. But I think on Monday, you'd have to change that to three because it's also going to look at Saturday and Sunday, unfortunately. And then on Tuesday, you can move that back to one. Okay. Yeah, just to see what the overall market's up to. Okay. Lior. Okay, that's just to see what the overall market's up to. If I'm in a stock that may be more affected by what the market's doing, I want to. I just want to make sure. I mean, the guy was short something, okay, that was kind of following the market, and all of a sudden I see the market doing this. I might have to. I want to pay attention. It should work, coffee. It should work. I haven't used that well. I'm not even sure I ever used it. Yeah, of course, and those are the alpha stocks. Leo, of course, those are alpha stocks, but an alpha stock is kind of like a Stone or the Riley. These are stocks that are trading. Riley's on its own. Stone is an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, sure, there are alpha stocks, but I just always want to keep an idea. I will have an idea about what the overall market's doing. Oh, eyes. Did I answer your question? Um. Well, I did answer your question. Yeah, I did answer your question. So there was no what I was suggesting you do. I mean, this is kind of an end of day summary right here. Okay, in the don't repeat. So there's no magic. Okay, show me every single stock from every single alert window, and give me a big list only one time with the stocks. No. Well, if a stock, I mean, you can kind of see. I mean, if a stock is have most of the stocks that we see in these sort of scans are kind of alpha stocks. They're trading abnormal volume. If you see a stock, let's say the market's starting to rip and Riley is keep moving down. I mean, now there's the TSN guy. So the TSN may be getting ready to drop here. Okay. TSN now is underneath the VWAP. I mean, it's pretty somewhat obvious the alpha stocks. You see some of these low flow stocks, they just don't care what the market's doing. So yeah, if you take a look at the don't repeat, then you can kind of, this is almost like a summary. Oh man, look at this Vuzi, guys. VUZI. This was an earnings play. This is almost an all-time low now. Low now. This was an earnings play, I think, on Friday. Okay, so let me just go over this momentum scan as a demonstration of what trade it is all about. Okay, so what trade it is really good at real-time alerts. Oh, look at this axe. I am missing the boat on it. So if I right click on this momentum scan and click on configure, and this is taking a while because I've got a lot of things loaded with Trade ID. See my it's big red there. Really hasn't slowed me down too much, other than when I try to get to a configuration scan. Okay, so this is what Trade ID is really good at. There are a lot of programs out there that bill themselves as alerts, and they're not. They're screeners. I'm not saying those other programs are garbage or anything, but they're basically screening programs. Okay, and this is the screening aspect. So in trade ideas, of course, we can screen stocks, and so this is the screening aspect. Stocks in this particular scan, the stocks are between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. The volume is 100,000 shares. This is why I've named this a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal. Okay, so if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why. So you can see, look at Genie right now, guys. This is a different scan here, but this is the momentum scan. So the last alert that we had in the momentum scan was at 10:34 when STNE made a new high at 12:05. Since then, no other stock has met these filter values and made a new high for the day. Okay? Yeah, TSN broke down through the VWAP. Finally. So that's what we're really good at, real-time alerts. Okay. Now, if you took a look at this scan, and if you loaded it and you liked it, but maybe you don't like the price range, of course you can adjust anything in these filters if you want. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want it between 10 and 100, or uh, 10 and 500. Whatever you want, you can do. Of course, I just changed it to 10 and 100. Maybe you want to have a different volume. Why have a minimum of 100,000 shares? Most of the things I'm going to see are way over. Okay, but maybe I would just want to cash them early. So that's the only reason to put 100,000 shares instead of like a million. But most of the things we're going to see are going to be trading, pretty abnormally. Cancel, cancel. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Now, right click, configure. Instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. So when you see these icons, these are all of the real-time alert icons we have right at the top of the list. The two absolutely most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. So we have a lot of other ones, of course. Now, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. When you scroll down here and when you keep scrolling down and you see these icons, these are the filter icons. Again, do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters. So for the thousands of customers that we have, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. So you might want to just kind of cruise through them. But if you see something and you don't know what it means, don't worry about it. You don't have to know. Doesn't mean you have to use it. Okay. price alerts. You notice price alerts. This is price alerts. So you notice what happened is my price alerts window popped up on my screen when this price alert hit ATGL. I You can see I created it back on the 3rd, okay, of November, and it hit. Now, doesn't mean I'm gonna take the trade immediately. Of course not. It just means that now it came to a price that I was interested in. Why would I be interested? Because that would be an all-time high. Okay, so now I can kind of watch this if I want to trade this. So I am call me a day trader, an intraday trader. So most of the stocks that I see are going to be, well, not most, they're all going to be trading abnormally in terms of volume. And that's because all of my the filters that I use, are all going to have relative volume. Now, obviously, ATGL only 0.55. That means it's only trading half of normal. But that came from my price alert, so that doesn't. No, I don't put a minimum relative volume there. I don't think you even can. But for instance, in the momentum scan, there's going to be a minimum relative volume. I think of 3. Here, I think it's going to be 3, and here it's going to be 8. This is why I don't get very many. Don't get very many alerts in here because I put a pretty tough filter in. Excuse me. So I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. And of course, the way you look at STNE, that's 8.5 times normal. That is obviously pretty abnormal. Now, what does that really mean? The baseline is now it's not exactly this, so please don't go back 10 days and look at every single volume at 10:53 Eastern time, but it's a good enough definition. So let's just say it's 11 o'clock right now, Eastern time. Over the last 10 days, on average, up to this time of day, okay, it is trading 8.5 times that. So it's trading abnormally volume wise. The other thing I like to do is take a look at the option activity. I do not trade options, but I want to see if there's abnormal option activity volume wise for options also. That can help me again zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. Because if you're intraday trading, that's what you want. You don't want to take something that's hardly trading. So wow, look at this market. What a nice recovery. So much for the debt or the credit rating being downgraded. Market's just shrugging that off, doesn't care. So the abnormal option activity, this is what it's doing. So it's looking for again. So if I look at Genie, GENI, the option volume today is 13, right now, as we speak, is around 1,300 contracts. That's 208% of normal, double, two times normal. Again, what is normal? Over the last 10 days, it looks at the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And so Genie, it's double that. So my minimum in this particular scan, the minimum number of contracts has to be is 500, and the minimum it has to be at least 1.5 times normal, 150% before it'll pass through here. So these are the only ones today that have met those requirements. So coupled with, that's why I say, coupled with, a daily breakout, and if you see it in the abnormal option activity, good idea to keep an eye on a stock that meets both criteria. Yeah, coffee you can't. We cannot refer to candles, unfortunately. Okay, we can't do that. Now you can find stocks that are broke above the opening 1 minute range. You can set an alert for that, but you can't do it as finely as what you wanted to the second candle close above and do it. Well, I don't backtest. I just want to see the results, Leor. Okay, I don't backtest anything. If I backtested this, I'm sure it wouldn't give me good results either. I don't care. I don't backtest. I just want to see the results, and I make up my mind. I This is something that just gives me some action all day long. That's all. It's not, I don't backtest anything. I just want to see this. I just want to see the results. Some people like it. There's a lot of different customers out there, Leora. So some people like to try to create their own strategies and backtest them and see if that's what they want to trade. So it's an option. It's a feature. That's all. And that's why I say, we've got a lot of different options and features, lots of different trading styles, customers. So, backtesting, if that's something, backtesting is a painstaking thing to do. I would say that, I don't know, I don't know what percentage of our customers actually go through the backtest, but it's there if you want it. No, I don't have any scans specifically for the last half hour or no. I just use these. I just keep using the same ones all day long. What is the indication that the scanner is working? What do you mean by that exactly? You mean that you're getting alerts? All right, guys. TSN again, a big deal. We'll be talking about it almost forever, but for a long time of the VWAP, right? The break of the VWAP could be another trading style for you. You see a stock that's strong, pulls back into the V. It bounced off the VWAP earlier, and then it finally really broke down. How can I determine that my parameters are correct and bring results? Depends what you mean by results. If you're remember now, the program is called Trade Ideas. I mean, you can create a scan that's going to give you ideas. You want to tighten it up so you don't get too many, and you put like a relative volume filter fairly high. You want more result? I mean, so I don't quite understand if you're saying results, meaning every stock or 80% of the stocks that you see are going to be great trades. There's nothing, that's not what Trade Ideas is all about. I mean, I could say my 10-day daily breakdown, many, many days, this is probably going to give me really, really good results, but not every day. So I don't know what you mean by brings you results. For instance, if you have my momentum scan and you don't want as many results, you could do something like this. The current volume is at least three. Up it, make it five. So you'll get fewer results. Maybe you'll like that better. Oh well, okay. Well, you can put a minimum volume. Depends what's your idea of a sufficient number of shares to trade. What's your idea of it? You want to put a million? You can do that. I typically don't because at the beginning of the day, stocks are just starting to trade. So I don't want to put like a million or 2 million because by the time it hits that, it may have already run. But that's up to you. I will virtually see nothing that is not. There's no such thing, Leo, or a ratio. You can't say, well, if a stock is trading 2 million shares, then it's, it's all about relative volume anyway. Okay. I mean, look at Apple. I hate to pick on Apple all the time, but so there's Apple. Look how many shares it's traded, 14 million. Is that good? Well, it's not even normal, 0.95. So, that's why Apple typically doesn't interest me ever on a daily basis because it just doesn't, for me, it just doesn't move enough. But just because you've got even a high relative volume doesn't mean when you get the alert that you just pile into the trade. You have to have, I mean, look what I was talking about with the TSN. The TSN to me was something that if it ever could take out that VWAP, that could mean something really good if you're looking to short it. Relative volume is high. Okay, who was the question? Luis, are you still around? I can demonstrate how to create a dock window if you want. Maybe Luis is not here now. Oh, you're here. Okay. So let me show you how to create a dock window. So this is what a dock window looks like. The idea that you can put now these are charts, but you can put alert windows, you can put topless windows, single stock windows, so that if you wanted to, you could have them all in what we call a dock window. Easy to move around. Okay, especially if you've got multiple monitors, if that's what you want to do. So again, if you go to our guide and you go to the dock window section, it's all in there, but I will demonstrate how you can create a dock window. So the first thing to do is click on new and then docked window. And then you give it a name. I like to start my dock window names with dock because you'll see later you can search on it from here, file, and you can search, but I'll just call this one test. Okay. So we now have a dock window called test. So here's what you do. If I want to put this abnormal option activity into this docked window, I just right click and it says duplicate into test. Okay. So here it is. There it is. I want to take the momentum scan and I want to put it into this dock window, right click, duplicate into test. So here it is. Now we've got two dock windows. Now, most people, now you can leave them like tabs. So you just click on the tab and see the results. But most people probably what they want to do is they don't want to do that. They want to see the results all the time. So now here's where it gets a little tricky. But now you can left click and now grab the header. And you see what happens when I grab the header, this little icon appears, allowing me to place it. I have a left, right, up, down, little arrows. So if I want to place it to the right of the abnormal activity, I just get it here, make sure I am on that right arrow, release it, and now you've got them both that you can see. And basically, you just keep doing it over and over again. Okay, whatever windows you want to put in the dock. If now I want to put the momentum underneath this for whatever reason, I just find the down arrow. Now it's underneath. Now, here is something that can happen that can really confuse people. If I move this around now I release it accidentally. Okay, remember now I've got the left button on my mouse. I'm pressing it down. Okay, I keep pressing it. I don't release it. But if I released it, this is what can happen. Now it's free floating again. Okay, no problem. Just click on it again, and then find the icon that you want. Okay, but that can happen. So again, you accidentally release it, and it becomes free floating. But you just have to click on it again and get that icon to show up, and just pick wherever you want it. Okay. And again, you can put charts in here, you can put single stock windows, you can put, virtually anything that we've got into a dock. Now it's not necessary. Anybody watching this and saying, "Well, that seems too confusing," or "Why would I want it?" You don't have to do it, but it is sort of a neat way to arrange windows. Now, this is what I was saying. Why I like to start it with dock, name it, my file, load from cloud. Now, if I type in dock, I can see all of the dock windows that I have created before, at a glance. The first 15-minute candle close above the previous day high. You really can't. I mean, you can use. I mean, I do this all the time. I use the previous day. The only way you're going to be able to know if a stock is above yesterday's high is using this position in previous day's range. Okay, and then add the filter, and you can put 100, and that'll mean the stock has to be above yesterday's high. Now, whether that first 15-minute candle is going to be above, what you could do is, maybe, I've never tried this, but you want it to be the close of the 15-minute candle, because the only way we can identify the first 15-minute candle is here, is opening range break. So the 15, so you could add this as an alert, and also have the position in previous day's range. So when you get the alert that a stock is just breaking above the 15-minute opening range, you'll only get that alert, yes, if it breaks, but it also has to be above yesterday's high. Okay, and then the reversal of that is a breakdown. If you want to see the first 15-minute candle that's below, you saw the opening range breakdown. Then you would just use again that previous the position filter, position in previous day's range. This time, instead of 100 here, you'd put 0. That makes sense? All right, guys. Well, Metsi is on the move here. Somebody with too much time in his hands is William, but a nice pun, nonetheless. A nice pun. Okay, guys. Well, Metsi is now trying to make a new high of the day. I mean, it's been well, in fact, there it goes. Not quite. There's the high. But you see how the price alert windows works, okay? This is how I use the price alert window. First of all you have to do is click on new, and then price alert window. Now, if you've never used it before, of course, it'll just be blank. I'm going to minimize it. And what you do is to put a price alert, really simple. Here's my pointer, my mouse pointer, and a dotted line will follow it. And so if I can eyeball it, where I want the price alert, and say 11:52. Sorry, I'll do it again. I just right click now, the create price alert at 11:52. You can put a note in if you want. I typically don't. Save it. And if it hits that price, you're going to see my price alert window will pop up on my screen. Simple, simple, simple. And again, you can ask me questions all day long. I like to call this now sort of the trading and support room. Okay, if I'm in a trade and I need my full concentration, I'll certainly let you know. But you can ask me questions all day long. So, if I haven't answered a question, if I've missed it, just please just repost it. I'm kind of scanned through everything. I don't see that I've missed a question. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just again just watching internal discussion. Are you talking about support? Support is only for accounting. Oh, dial a number. Dial a number on the line. In other words, will you get an alert? You mean if you drew a trend line or something on a chart, can you get an alert if it broke it? No. If that's what you mean by dial a number on the line. That's Yeah, I don't quite understand what you mean, Lior. Not 100% sure I know what you mean. So Metsi, I did not get back in it, but Metsi has been, it's been a choppy one, but man, look at this. Choppy meaning if you look at this 15-minute chart, you see big topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. Really hard to keep in the trade unless you are, have a very pretty wide stop. Oh, for sure, holiday, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you're probably referring to the fact that the axe. It's just that I couldn't pay attention. I guess I was talking too much about something else, but the axe, yeah, it's not just a breakout. In fact, I love the breakdowns. And just so you guys know, the way it's color coded in my abnormal option activity scan, If it's in light green or light green, light blue, this is a suggestion to go long, and if it's in brown, a suggestion to go short. And this is how I've color coded it. I remember I've got two strategies in here. Moving higher with unusually strong options volume is in light blue. Moving lower with unusually strong options volume is in brown. Okay. So what you just posted there, Leor, doesn't help me. I'm not sure I know what you mean. You're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry. I uploaded your image, but I'm not sure. I see the icons. Okay. Do you mean this? If I drew a horizontal line, property, sorry, markup, horizontal line right there. Is it going to show on the line the price as an example? No, it won't. If that's what you mean. I mean, you can kind of go over and and eyeball it where it is on on the y-axis. But if you're asking, when I draw this horizontal line as an example, will it somehow put that price on the line so you can just see it? No, if that's what you mean. Well, let's take a look at this axe. I mean, I think I'm too late probably, but axe. Where's the next low? Looking left. 33.15 on the weekly chart. What did it get to? 30, 30. So it got down just underneath 33 briefly, but that could still stall it. That 33.15 looking left. Here's an earnings play, guys. That's very weak. NABL. NABL is very weak. Let's see what's wow. It might have some room. Now, again, when I say room, all I'm doing is if I want to short this one, I'm looking left to see where is the next low looking left. Okay. And if it's far enough away, so it's 11.44, it's not bad. It's, not quite 40 cents away because that's where it could stall. Yeah. Oh, no problem, Leor. I mean, yeah, just sorry I didn't have, as Stephanie always says when she answers people, I'm sorry I don't have a more positive response for you. Just got to ask me something that I can answer positively. I don't know what that's going to be, but yeah, but that's okay, because a lot of the questions, some of these questions I get, I mean, I haven't even considered, like some of the things that I get asked. And so it helps me because it sort of refreshes my memory about some of the aspects of trade ideas that are or are not available. All right, guys. Well, this NABL is again, it's an earnings play. It does have some room down to that 1140 mark. 1142 looks like. So so I look at backs, okay? So we got backs up here and then abnormal option activity scan. And when I look at it, for me, the next high looking left is too close. Okay. So Lior, when you took that trade, you should have had a stop. Okay. Now, if you're asking me where I think I could get to, I mean, I have no idea, but the next high looking left is 12, what, 1240, 1236. I mean, it's possible it'll stall there. I don't, it's not 100%, of course, but oh, man, is that it? TSN just again breaking the VWAP. Now, this could actually show up. Yeah, would have to take out the low though. 45.97. We would have to take out the low right there for it to show up on my option scanner on the way down. Oh, I see. Well, then if your stop loss is below the 15-minute candle, then, do it. No, there's the axe just being axed. Again, there's no when I talk a little bit about money management, as what I kind of suggest. I mean, that's not where I put stops necessarily, but I suggest that if you're starting out, maybe use the low of the previous 15-minute candle, assuming that why you got into the trade met all your requirements. And then, to put a stop in, I mean, I typically look at a 15-minute chart where I think there might be some support, but my idea of support and another person's may be completely different. But when actually I talk about maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. But the only thing you can do, I don't know if you're trading live or you're in a simulator, practice it. Practice those stops. Yeah, so practice it. Practice, see if, using the low of the 15-minute candle or maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, when you got it, the problem is that you're in this right now, right? So obviously your stop is way down here. Your original stop would have been, I don't know where your original stop was, but it'll be further down. Though the previous 15-minute candle is probably more or less where you got it. Okay, guys, remember I was talking about Genie? Or was it Genie? It might not have been Genie. No, it was some other stock, sorry. I thought, I think it was TTI. I think it was TTI that I was kind of waiting on to see if it, but I think it dropped. Yeah, you see, that's why I use price alerts. I will not take something thinking, you know what, I think it's going to do it. Okay. I put a price alert. If I don't get the alert, I don't take the trade. Or I should rephrase that. I'm not interested in maybe taking the trade. Again, a price alert doesn't mean, yes, take the trade immediately, but I don't try to anticipate that it's going to do, break through this and then keep running. I never do that. It really, really helps me stop chopping up my account. Chopping up my account by, anticipating and taking a loss, doing another one, taking a loss, doing another one, taking a loss. Even if they're manageable losses, I'm not, I have a stop loss, but I used to, I used to think, you know what, I think it's going to break, so why don't you just take it right now? But don't do that. I don't do that. Yeah, you come back, Leor, with hopefully a question I can say, you know what, you can do it, and this is exactly what you do. Okay. So even if Bax got through that, what would happen? 34.50. See, it's just not enough move for me to take this trade. If, for instance, though, here's the current price, right? 30, say around 34. If looking left, all of this wasn't there, all of this was underneath the current price. And when I look left, the next high was, 36. It'd be awesome. Okay. You could look at that and go, wow, it's got room to move before it hits that next high. And that's all I look at. That's my style of trading. I just want to see something that has enough room to move before it hits the next high. If I'm going to go long or if I'm shorting, room to move before it hits the next low. Guys, just give me a moment. That should be interesting. CEO of Metsi will be on CNBC between 1:30 and 2:30. It should be interesting. I'm sure he's going to say some wonderful things. And again, if you don't know the story of Metsi, just a brief recap. The reason it went up on this day, so that's Thursday. So I guess the CEO, he bought this. It's a coal mine, basically. Okay, he bought it 12 years ago, but evidently they discovered that there could be some rare earth minerals worth up to, well, worth. I mean, this is what the press release said. Okay, $32 billion. So he bought this for $12 million or 2 million. He bought it for 2 million, I think, 12 years ago, something like that. And this is what yeah, the 2 million coal mine that might hold 37, excuse me, is now 32, $37 billion worth of rare earth minerals, okay? Rare earth elements, critical minerals. It would, if it's the case, it would be the first one since I think it's at 1951 or 2. So that's the reason, guys, why we're getting all this excitement about Met-C. It'll be interesting. I mean, I don't know who came up with the 37 billion, why they well, even because, it's a coal mine, why they even think they've got it. I mean, obviously somebody somewhere did some kind of an assay and said, "Wow, look at this. But how easy is it going to be to get out of the ground, to refine it?" All sorts of things that go on with, of course, developing a mine like that. So, be interesting to see what he has to say. And I'm sure he'll put a tremendously positive spin on it. So there you go. So William, Mr. Skeptic, Mr. Naysayer. Yeah, because I never read. I mean, I didn't dive into it enough. Like, who came up with the $37 billion figure? Who came up with the fact that these rare minerals even exist there? So that's why you've got to be awfully careful, guys. Okay, you can't say, "Oh my goodness, I'm just going to sink my life savings into this Med C," because even if it takes a few years. But no disputing the fact that it is super strong. So a couple of nice ones. Yeah, I mean, we've got the Stone and the Met-C from the AI. So not bad moves. There was your alert, 1178, 1208 now, 1818, 1857 now. This is from our AI, part of our premium service. If you're a part of the test drive, you should have that up and running. How you trade them will be up to you. Yeah, I did see they were downgraded. Yeah, a downgrade didn't really affect it at all. Wow, 11:36, fast morning. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Chris going to be taking over for me in about 20 minutes from now. I'm just going to confirm that. Ah, Chris is listening to me. Okay, so it'll be him. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. Yeah, so Chris just confirmed he will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes from now. There he is. Okay, I saw this one earlier. MNT. Oh, that's the one that had a huge, yeah, getting close to the 200-day moving average. MNTK. MNTK. It's a little bit of room to there. 861. Boy, if it ever took that out, though. I don't know what happened here. November 9th. So okay, this was an earnings play. So AMNTK got just creamed on Friday. It was an earnings play and it did not recover at all. But today it's trying to have a bounce. And that is MNTK. Well, this I didn't see this one until right now. Look at this recovery for TSEM. Tremendous recovery. This was down. This is an earnings play. It was down quite a bit, 22.28. Now it's popped up. What's that? About $2.50 to 260 from the lows. It went positive. That's TSEM. Basically moving with the market. So this is, even though, most, like a lot of times, you look at an earnings release and, they're trading kind of on their own, but you can see exactly they're just trading right with the market. I mean, look at TSEM, look at the market. So you would anticipate that if the market ever, dropped a bit, so would this. The old linear regression channel. Okay. Thank you, real. AMC, shady. Okay. Let's see what AMC is doing today. Chris, you listening? You know, it's also on the move here, guys, and I think there's actually a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Is Carvana CVNA? CVNA, let's take a look at CVNA. Yeah, sort of a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. CVNA, the next high looking left is 30.72. So certainly it's got some room. $1.40 to the next high. I did see it real. I also saw that at Verve. It was looking at Verve also. All right, guys, 11:43. So again, in about 15 minutes, Chris will be taking over for me. I'm still kind of have my eye on this NABL, guys. NABL, an earnings play. This is sort of resting here. Huge drop on earnings, 14%. The next low looking left has a little bit of room to 1140. If you can see, if it ever took that out, look out below underneath 10. So this could be one to watch tomorrow. I mean, if it gets close to this 1140 level and it takes it out today, I mean, this could easily, be a second day continuation down on earnings. So this must be some other way to trade Riley O. Yeah, I'm not sure I can trade that in Interactive Brokers. Not really showing up with a bid ask. Well, it is, but I'm not. I'm looking to see if there's shorts available. I don't see any shorts available. Okay, keep an eye on ILMN, guys. ILMN, same sort of thing as hanging around the VWAP. 93.99. Okay, 93.99. A little bit below the VWAP. Had a pretty decent recovery from the bottom, 92.24, all the way up to 95. But 93.99 is the VWAP, and it's underneath it. And this may force it down. The low is 88.80 on Friday. So it definitely has what, $5 to that low. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Look at this market. What again? Country gets downgraded, who gives a hoot? Seriously. There have to be some, yeah, some great bounce plays. I mean, with the market was down and now, since 9:45, other than, that see the 10-15 candle, it's been pretty steadily up, some bottoming tails along the way, but basically straight up. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I think I was on mute for a bit. So you're talking about tagging the VWAP. So 3380 is the VWAP rack. So you're hoping it. So you're playing this on a bounce. Again, I hopefully I don't know if I was on mute for all this, but the Arlo guys, keep an eye on it. I have a price alert set, I think around 785 or so. You can see, I mean, it got down to last week's low, 790. It's kind of right there. But more importantly, when you look left, it's got a lot of room, a lot of room. And let's see, November 9th. So that was earnings right here. So earnings not good. Reaction wasn't good. Through the 200-day moving average, 826. So broke down through the 200-day moving average. Blink. Oh, I think this had earnings last week. BLNK. Yeah, same thing. Look left. What do you see? 348. Close. It just is now just over yesterday's high, 340. We're at Friday's high, and then the next high, to me, it's just too close. If it can break through that, arguably it has a shot to the 4 level, though they have little areas that it could stall along the way. So it just becomes something I just don't want to trade. Ah, Riley, Riley, Riley. Not a lifetime low. Let's check. Let's look where the lifetime low is. Bring up a monthly chart for Riley. So it looks like it could be 1320 or so. Oh, even lower.
Is that the one that
Maybe lower. I'm going back to well, whatever it is, it's getting closer to a lifetime low for Riley.
can you hear me, Mr. Barry?
I can hear you. So just give me a moment, okay, Chris? I just want
Absolutely.
to, first of all, cut off my music. Okay, cut off my sound alerts from Trade Ideas, winking at me with Riley.
All righty.
And okay, guys, Chris is in the YouTube room right now. Let me put the YouTube link in. Okay, so there is your YouTube link. You can head over, list, and listen to Chris. He'll be there from 12 to 1. Let me put my announcement in. Oops. Okay, on a break. Okay, just before I get out of the room, there's a question. Is it possible to make a top list with favorites? Yes. Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, you're talking about your favorites, meaning the hearts? I mean, all you have to do is have a top list and then attached. Yeah. Okay. So you can have your top list window and then just attach the My Liked to that top list window. Make sense? So here's a top list window. So if I just right click configure, it's already there. I can tell you that. Symbol lists. And if I only the following lists, and this is, I happen to have, I think My Like, yeah, My Like. So all the hearts are going to go into My Liked. So create your top list window and then go to symbol lists, and that's a drop down, only the following list, and check it. Now you can just have now your top list window. Okay, good. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about an hour.
No,
Now I can talk to Mr. Christopher virally.
What a day.
Oh,
right? We get downgraded and off to the races we go.
I read your comments on Friday. And I think you even said, you know what? Watch us have a pop.
I mean, historically, it's kind of what goes on anyways. I mean, how often does an analyst make the downgrade after, how many moves down, and then all of a sudden, well, time to get back in.
Unbelievable, though, isn't it? Truly unbelievable.
The analysts are right in that same ballpark as weather people. Be 100% wrong 100% of the time and still get 100% of their money.
But Chris, this was Moody's. Moody's. This is not just any run-of-the-mill analyst.
They're as horrible as the rest. They have a terrible record.
Probably.
I mean, they're the same people that didn't see the financial crisis coming or literally anything else. So,
yep.
It's never the news, it's the reaction.
Yeah, METC could be interesting. Somebody said that they're going to be on CNBC. The CEO is going to be on CNBC between 1:30 and 2:30.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Yeah. So
I was
the
watching
story
it early
about
like you were, but I needed it. You'd mentioned, I think, something like 1824 or something like that. And at that point, when I'd actually taken a look at it, I said, even if it gets 1824, I'm going to need it to convincingly take out that high of the day with volume, because I just feel like there's a lot of chop after.
Oh, it's very choppy.
Look how much it's come. Look how much it's come off of that.
Yeah, it's very choppy. Very choppy. This is almost a faith-based trade right now. Because it's you're either going to believe, but it'll be interesting to see what the guy says, because my question is, okay, somebody is saying there could be $38 billion of rare earth materials. So number one, how are we getting to that number? How did you even find out that there were rare earth materials there, minerals there? All these questions. I hope somebody asks those questions, and great if they're there. Any estimation of how much money, it would take probably billions or hundreds of millions to develop the mine. Number one, how far down is it? When could it get? On and on and on. But I wonder if they'll ask those sort of questions.
Well, unfortunately, CNBC is not known for their hard-hitting questions, but you never know. You never know.
They can have me as a guest analyst, and those are the questions I'd ask them.
Yeah. So, we'll see. I personally haven't watched CNBC, and I can't tell you how long. So.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Although once in a while, when I need a good laugh, I'll throw it on because I get it through Thinkorswim. So.
Yeah. All right, my friend. I'll let you. I don't know if you've taken over yet. Yes, you have. Yes,
I have. I made the swap, and you enjoy that break. Don't rush back on my account, and we'll see you when you're ready.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Bye-bye.
You got it, Barry. All right, everybody. So Barry takes a much-deserved break. I listen in on I listen in through the main room most of the days when I can. There's things that go on that kind of take my attention away, or I have to mute or close things. But today was an active day for Barry. I could hear very clearly as I was plugging away on some of the items and tasks and projects that I have going on here on my end of the support of things. So. But I'd have to surmise that in the trading world in general, for most anybody, except for those, extremely passive or long-term people that have their down days because things are already set in positions, it is an active day in general. We ended last week. It was a wild week, with the market, making a big reversal over the last 10 trading days or so off that, I don't know, whatever the SPY was, 410 or something like that, I think, on the SPY, and runs us all the way back up to near 440. And then, you know, we take that big turn down last Thursday before a big move back up again on Friday. So I've said it before, I'll say it again. If they don't scare you out, they will wear you out, right? And, you know, I think it's pretty clear by this chart here. Just bringing up the SPY daily chart there and my drawing tool, my handy dandy drawing tool. If it ever decides to load, that would be fantastic. Where are you? There we go. And so, like I said, if they don't scare you out, they wear you out. And what do I mean by that? All right, well, you know, we got this nice move through last spring and the summer. Pretty straightforward, pretty straight shot. I mean, you know, we moved up, we consolidated, we moved up, a slight pullback, we moved up, you know, and then we started into this chop here, right? And every time it looks like, oh, this is going to be the big sell-off. Nope, we got to bounce, right? But we didn't get that bounce quite up to that previous high this year. And then here's going to be the real big sell-off. And then anybody got short in the hole here, they paid a price, right? You know, unless they had enough conviction to hold on through that move and that consolidation here. And then, you know, the world was ending again. And here we are again. And there's probably a lot of people, you know, nothing changes sentiment like price, right? There's probably a lot of people that, you know, saw this move in here and that bottoming shadow there, and then this kind of engulfing or dark cloud cover candle here that, you know, did not anticipate what happened on Friday and leading into today. And a lot of people thought after that downgrade, oh, you know, they gave the bad news going into the weekend and so on and so forth. Just remember, all nonsense talking points. The only thing that matters is today, right? Is the price action of today. It's the most important thing. So anyways, with all of that said, I see Gus has got a question there. I'm going to circle into that. And right before I circle into that, I just make sure you folks ask me questions, right? As I always say, okay, I can't answer the questions that are not asked. I always think that this content, this hour session is much, much better when you folks are driving it with your questions. Oftentimes questions you have are similar or related to questions other folks may have. Maybe even questions folks may have without even knowing they have those. And then selfishly, as I always say, it makes me better at what I do when I am fielding and asking or answering the questions you folks are asking. So Gus, so what is a good profit factor number on a scan that has been back tested? You want 2 to 1, I would say. You know, for every losing trade you have, for every, you know, penny lost, it would be nice to see 2 pennies gained, essentially. I think win percentage is less important than profit factor. If you're really into the back testing stuff, let me just load something up I was playing with. I mean, it's looked okay in a back tester, but I have no idea. You know, I'm going to continue to run the back test on it over and over again as the days and weeks go on, just to see what it looks like in what we'd call a forward test. Let me bring that up here. And, you know, this is just really to kind of go over back testing in general. But some things that I would always note with back testing, if you're trying to do it as an automated scan, you're going to want to use the spread filter. If you're getting a lot of stocks that have, you know, 10, 15, 20, 30 cent spreads, I mean, good luck on ever having that do anything really that positive for you, right? In an automation strategy, you know, you're giving up how much alpha to get in there with you know, even with delta offsets, you're either not going to get filled or you're going to get filled a crap price. So, you know, you're going to want a spread filter. I think, you know, for the sake of this thing, I put 8 cents in there. And of course, that's relative to the price of the stock you're trading. $100 stock getting a 10-cent spread isn't a big deal on a $100 stock. 10-cent spread on a $20 stock can be kind of a big deal, right? So, you know, things are always relevant to what we're doing here. As far as the back test itself goes, just going to run that out real quick and go over a few other thoughts and highlights as far as the back test goes. And I will say this also, if you think you found like the specialist holy grail of strategies or anything like that, you know, keep in mind that whatever you thought of, there is 100% chance that there's a hedge fund or whoever else out there has thought of the exact same thing. So, reinventing the wheel while possible, unlikely. And as always, with anything in life, come on, back tester, please. If something seems too good to be true, it 100% is, right? If this ever loads, though, we'll get this going here. So, all right. So on the other side of support things that I'm running, I just noticed someone was there. Again, really important. If you come into the other side of support that I run, you have to use the raise your hand function. If you don't use it, I'll never know you're there. I just only happen to pull that up. Otherwise, I'd never known you were there. So go ahead and use the chat function there if you are looking to ask any questions on that. So, all right. One of the other really important things to look at this here when we're doing this is the daily, right? If you've got one day that looks like that here and the rest all look kind of like this, strategy is probably not going to work out real well, right? You want to A, first see a lot more green bars than red bars, and then B, you want to see a nice amount of those green bars with a good average up this way, right? When you've just got one or two that's making the whole strategy, you're going to see something like this in the equity curve, right? And it's just not a vibe. One day does not make a strategy, right? So, you got one day up like that, one day up like that, all through here, pretty flat, right? So, you got this, it's moving down here till it has that one day. It's moving down here and then kind of creeps up for a little bit. And then one day, gets it up to the level again. Now, recently, this thing has moved up again a little bit, but I'm not putting exactly a lot of stock into it in that regard. So if you're getting a profit factor of 6.1, I mean, well, yes, that's phenomenal. Can that keep it up through a forward test now? That's what I would start to ask myself, right? So, I'd love to see average winners, loser on this. I'd love to see this be more closer to 25 and 14 to really be something viable there. So those are some of the ins and outs that I would have as far as the back testing goes. And at that point, I would also say, don't, you're not just throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks. You should come with an actual strategy that you want to back test first. And then from there, then you can start to make the optimizations and adjustments. And of course, as always, watch your curve fitting, just by manipulating things to make the back test look good. Things like that, changing, the entry and exit times, over and over again to manipulate it, changing hold times, things like that can manipulate a strategy without really contributing anything to the positive side of a strategy working or not. So, 6.1 would be phenomenal. That would be, that would be beyond phenomenal if that's something that's real and sustained there, Gus. So again, anybody with questions, please, fire those away for me here. Your starting equity is 25K, but it says my buying power. I'm not really sure what you're referencing, Gus, to be honest. So I don't know where you're seeing the starting equity. I don't know where you're seeing the buying power. Is that with your broker? I'm not really sure there what to unfortunately make of that. I can tell you that, in a margin account, you usually get a 4-to-1 typically. So if you had $25,000 in a margin account, your buying power would be $100,000 for most brokers anyways. On the back tester, no, it would, so to bring that up here, it's telling you, you can put whatever you want for the buying power or your starting equity. You can put whatever you want here. I could put $1 if I want, right? So you put whatever you want there. The buying power required, that's telling you what you would need to run all those positions at once, to be able to run those positions at once on the max. So if you put an icon, you hover it over there, it'll tell you how that would work out like that. So that's what that all would mean there, Gus. When you're talking about actual buying power, though, you'd have that listed in your broker, what you have available to you, and just keep in mind that if you're running a margin account, then you would you'd have a 4-to-1 buying power, generally speaking, unless you have some other terms and conditions with your broker or restriction or any other extenuating circumstances there. So yeah, that's a very short and skinny related to the questions on the back tester there. So again, anybody with questions, fire those away from me, please. Like I said, always best when you folks are driving the content. The back tester takes trades outside of its stated. Well, again, you can put whatever you want there in the starting equity, right? Whatever you want to put there. It's gonna tell you what things would look like based on that starting equity, essentially. And telling you that, you either do or do not have enough power to run that strategy, essentially, right? So, here it's telling me the buying power that I need is 56,258. So based on that, based on that starting equity, this is what the strategy return would be, projected annual return, so on and so forth, right? All the back tester is doing is telling you what happened. That's it, with the alert window. It's not giving you, it's not telling you what could have happened with slippage and things like that. It's just showing here are all the alerts that happened that would have triggered an entry signal. Here's how they would look based on whatever exit parameters you looked on. And this is what you would need to theoretically run this strategy in real life. Any scan to find the best performing stocks in a particular sector over a period of time. You'd have to really build something, Matt. We don't have like a sector performance of individual stocks in that regard. Well, that's not entirely true. All right, you could do this. You can go new and dock channel bar, and we can come down to, let me move that out of the way. If we go show more down here, there is a sector channel, sector status. All right, so we go ahead and load that. And in here, you'll have some stocks that are in each one of these sectors, essentially. You could, pop these windows out or give them different columns. So like, for example, I want to see XLY. I could go ahead, let's duplicate this into a free floating window now. And let's expand that out, and I could go right click, and I could go search to position and range. And I could do, let's say, position in, this year's range, and I could show that column, press OK. So you could use our pre-made channel to do that, and then kind of create your own channel from there, Matt. And so we could see how these, and I could, sort them by the position and range in the year if I wanted. I hate this symbol plus. There we go. So, you could show it like that. So you could take these, each individual one of these, and then you go ahead and right click and save it to the cloud, and then put them, open them in any kind of configuration you want from there. So, a good part of the legwork would be done for you through each of these individual ones. If you wanted to create your own, of course, you could do that. You could do a web search for whatever sector that you specifically want, or you could use pre-existing lists that we do have. So again, how you might want to accomplish that would be the following. We could go new, top list, and then we go symbols list. We can go add existing list, And if we come down here to sectors, you go look in sector ETFs. And, you could choose that, let's say. So now I put a check mark in there. It's only the following list. If I press OK, after I actually got to add the column that I want. Position and range, since I'd done it recently, it kind of remembered that. And here we go. And so that's looking at that sector ETF like that. And then again, I can double click like this here. I don't know how many stocks are going to be in any of these here. You're going to want to also, I didn't really touch on it, but you're going to want a blank top list, meaning that in that Windows specific filters tab, you're going to want to have no filters in there. That's got to be all unused. You can put any column you want, right, to show the data. It's not scanning on that data. The other thing you'll want to make sure is that you have enough space in the top list to do that. So each top list by default only allows for, I believe, 100 stocks in there. Let me check. Right click, time frame, set record count. Yeah, 100. So, if you've got a top list that, let's say 150 stocks qualify for that top list and you want all 150 stocks in there, you'd have to change that to 150 and press that. And that would allow the rest of the stocks that were left off to come through there. Now, a few caveats with this. One, I would first, before and foremost anything, ask people to be realistic about how many stocks you're going to possibly be able to look at once. There is such thing as too much data. All right. That's why I use the setup that I use and the way I trade and things like that. If I get too much data, I can't make any analysis. I can't make any good decisions, and I kind of just get lost in space, right? The second part of this is, keep in mind, this top list refresh every few seconds. So regardless of what your machine is, regardless of what your internet connection is, based on other softwares you're running, how many top list charts and so on and so forth, and how active these windows are, the information can only pass through the lines so quickly and so much information at once, no matter what you do. And so at some point, if you've got, let's say, 10 top lists that are all each at 1,000 record count, because that's the most that you can have, you're going to choke the system. And that's all there is to it. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts or anything around it. It's just, there's limitations. The best analogy that I can give you is like trying to push a watermelon through a garden hose, right? It's just never going to happen. So be realistic about when you start to make top lists, and there's so many different types of top lists that you can do with the information that come through it, and there are limitations to that. So long story long, hopefully that all makes sense. The last thing I want to touch on for that, you can create your own top list too. Let's say you only want to see the top whatever stocks in a sector or something like that, whatever you're considering. You can make that as a symbols list, and you can go tools, symbols lists, and then create new list. You call the list whatever you want to call it, and then you come down and find the list here, and you double click on the list, and you start to add the symbols you want seen there. And again, once you come into the configure of the top list you want it looking at, come on. And this is what I mean by having too much software running. Like, I'm running so much software, my computer just simply cannot handle this on top of streaming right now. There we go. Again, if we come into the symbols list, add list, you'll see any of the lists that you created here. It's all in alphabetical order. And if you've created the list, it's on your personal list. It'll say personal in parentheses. Like you see, I have this global ETF tracker says personal, or my holdings, my sector list, my watch list, so on and so forth. They all have personal in parentheses there. And then, you go ahead and select the list. It'll appear over here. You put a check mark in it and make sure it says only the following list. Same concept will apply if you ever wanted to exclude stocks from a scan. You'd go exclude the following lists, right? So hopefully that all makes sense. I see some more questions all coming in. Bear with me here while I readjust my screen. There we go. I prefer swing trading. Can you recommend setups that can be customized to scan potential tops, bottoms on daily, weekly, and multiple time frames, preferably alert with a $5 minimum price? Sure, Ken. So, a few things that we could do here with this. Let me get rid of that. First, we could... let's start with an alert window. So if we go new and alert window here, And you're looking for, finding, I guess, tops in a sense. Let me get rid of that, uncheck that. So I'm starting kind of fresh. So we have this new high alert here. And if I go ahead and click add new high, there's a field over here. I'm going to put a check mark in that as well, so it knows I want to use that. There's a field over here where 365 in that field would equal a 52-week high. Weekends are counted. So I could put like a 30 in here for that new high, right? And then, of course, I can add some other items in here. Let's say I want some kind of volume metrics, right? And let's say I want to see, I want to see just shares traded. I can add that filter. It's got to trade, I don't know, let's say 250,000 shares on the day. Right. And then I want a minimum price you set of $5, I think, right there. And Matt, sorry, I just saw you had another question that came in there. Oh, no, that was the performing sector. Sorry. I think we got you there, Matt. All right. So then Ken, back to your thing, $5 there. So you can put a $5 in the minimum here. And now essentially, if I press OK on this, it's going to say, show me stocks making that new high. Again, I put a 30 in that field. And in the summary, they got to be at least $5 or above and traded X amount of shares. And you can make that whatever you want. So you get multiple scans looking at different multiple daily highs in that regard. Now, we can do other things as well with other filters and add that in here. So you've got the position and range filters. And let me just expand this out so we can see the whole list a little better here. And so we do have like a 5-day range, 10, 20, 3 months, 6 month, 9 month, year, 2 year, and lifetime ranges, right? And so essentially the way these work is 0 is the low of the range, 100 is the high of the range. So it's just another way that I could do this here. Put any of these filters in. Let's say I want to see stuff that was at the bottom of the 6 month range. I could add that filter. Now, obviously, I wouldn't be looking for stocks making a new high like I've got in the selected alerts right now, right? We would want to adjust to a different alert set if we were looking at the low, but just to show here. And then we've got this great little show me function in the middle here. It's this magnifying glass. So if I go ahead and click that magnifying glass, right, and I start to change the scan, it'll show me what the scan is doing. Some of them have a histogram. A histogram like this. I'm not crazy about that, but let's get one that's not a histogram. Let's see if I can do this with the year range. Are you going to be my friend here? No, you're going to histogram me too. There we go, on the year range. So if I put, for example, watch, if I put a 0 here, it says, show me stocks with the prices above the low of this range. Also show me stocks with the prices at the low of this range. Let's just say for fun, I put a 10 in here. Now watch how this is going to adjust this in real time. Now it's telling me, or I'm telling it, show me stocks where the price is no more than 10% above the low of this range. Also show me stocks with the prices at the low of this range. So it could be anywhere in between the low of this range, on the year or more. If I press OK, that's going to carry over into the settings here. So just a nice little function there to help you understand what you're doing to the scan by changing the values of those filters in that regard. So some people, you may not want to use the alert like this, and that's going to tie now in with what I was doing with the filters. We go with a top list here. And if and when that ever decides to load, that would be super duper fantastic. Let me see if closing some of these other things that I've got going on will help me out here. All right. So the top list it doesn't need an alert. It's only going to be a filter set, right? So that's all it's going to look at is filters, nothing else. And we would go, again, search and position and range. Typing this key. There we are, sports fans. All right. And I could then, take these and I could even kind of try to stack them on each other to find stuff that's really banging around the bottom, not just over any one period, but over multiple periods, right? So I could say, if I want to see all stuff that was towards the high on things, right, I could add this filter and I could go, stocks that are at 90, they got to be 90% above the low on the year range. And then maybe I want to dial things in a little closer and add that filter on that. And I want to see that they're also 90% on the 3-month range. And then, more recently on the 5-day range here. And I could stack them like that, right? Again, we'll add that $5 just for you there. And if I press OK, then they're going to return me anything that meets that scan just like that here. And of course, it's going to have that stupid NASDAQ ticker test, the ZXZZT. Anyways, it is what it is. But, if we come through here, we're going to find these stocks that are in those positions and ranges right now, right? Within 90%, or within, technically they're 90% off the lows, so they're within 10% of the highs, right? And, we've got a list of that like that. And again, we could refine this. Look, volume of shares today, 2 shares traded. I mean, I don't think it's going to be much of interest. So again, we can refine these searches. And go ahead and say, I got to trade, let's say 750,000 shares on the day. And bang. Now, we've got a much different looking list there, of course, right? Here's CrowdStrike. I think that's CrowdStrike, right? I'm trying to remember all tickers, so there we get something like that. And here's, Walmart and Meta and Uber. All these are on that upper end of their yearly ranges right now. So also, while we're looking at this and we're looking at stocks that are on the upper end of the yearly range, if anybody tells you it's 7 stocks making the stock market going up, they're really bad at math, like really bad at math. I just like to reiterate that. So, all right, I think that helped you out, Ken. Let me know. I want to make sure that you got a good, comfortable answer to get you working with some things there. I was getting confused on the buying power requirement aspect. If I said my account was 25,000 for the buying power required for the strategy, 25,000, the buying power required for strategy is 400,000, I wouldn't be able to take all the trades. That is correct. You would not be able to take all the trades. Now remember, the back tester, Gus, is not going to take into account, it's not going to take into account margin, right? And there are other things you could do to change that in there, right? So you got to look at how many shares you're taking too on that back test, right? So, consider this here, right? Whatever your actual buying power is, number one, if you're in a margin account, times it by 4. That's what your real buying power is going to be. The back tester is not including margin. Doesn't work that way. So whatever you put for your buying power in there, times it by 4. Excellent, Ken. Excellent. I like to hear that. So whatever your starting equity is, times that by 4. Or you could just put it in there. So if you've got 25K, you can consider yourself to have 1,000K, right? That's just how it could work like that, right? And that's going to adjust these things over here like that, right? The other thing that this is based on is this: how many shares you're taking. If you're taking 1 share at a time, now look, my buying power for this is only 6,000. I only need 6,000 to buy 1 share, right? If I'm buying 150 shares, my buying power required now is 40,000, right? So it's all going to be relative to what you're doing with that, if that makes sense there, Gus. So you adjust this, right? If your account is not big enough to buy whatever share size you're sticking there, make it smaller, right? Figure out, just simply do the simple math on what that'll work out to be. I think that should help get you settled there, Gus, but let me know if not. We'll keep banging away at that. Hi, Hail Mary Hedge. Hi, would there be any reason to use races over topless for monitoring sector changes in 20 days? I don't think so. Races to me are more of an intraday trading thing. That's just my personal preference. That doesn't mean I'm right. But, races are showing what's moving, it's moving now more than less. Something moving over a 20-day period, I don't think you need a race for it. Again, that's a personal preference of mine. That doesn't make me right. You could do that, with any top lists, right? Let me get rid of that again and, move this around, just give some more clean space here. We could simply go, into the configure of a top list before we set up as a race, and let me just have this continue to do that to me. Oh, I I need this test drive to be over so I can shut down some of the software I'm running. All right. So if we're looking at the 20-day, I don't know if you want to change for 20-day or position in range 20-day. But, we could look at change. Is there a change 20-day? I don't know. I don't think there is. Yeah, we do have it. Okay. All right. I thought we did. There we go. So we could show that column, right, in this. Press OK. Let's not use the symbols. We're looking at all symbols. All right. What do I do with this race here? All right. I suppose that'll work. So now we've shown that column, right? And I can go ahead and right click this and launch real-time stock race. And we got to pause it to change the race setup. And I can change that race setup to change in 20 days %. I can either do it in a delta or total value, whatever you prefer. I like descending also so that, the stronger stocks from the top are populating top down. I can go ahead and press that and I can let them run like that. And I can see how they're moving on that 20 days throughout the day right now. You may not find a lot of movement on them. That's the other thing. The idea is to show movement, live movement that's actionable. That might be the other thing that you run into there, Hail Mary. So I would encourage you to experiment with it, right? I think that's probably your best course of action. Experiment with it and see what you think in that regard and how it does or doesn't fit into what you're trying to do here, right? So, METC is, obviously the leader right now. And if we go ahead and click on it, based on 20-day movement, and it may not move much today at all, right? It doesn't really have a ton of movement in it right now. CCJ, same thing, right? So this might be one of those cases where in the race setup, you're going to want to look at total, right? Versus the delta, unless you're just trying to trade it today based on the 20 days. Because the total is going to show you how they're moving as a total cumulative of 20 days, where the delta is going to say, all right, we've got the top stocks in here. Now let's see how they're racing based on the 20-day movement from now, not over that total aggregate, essentially. So, all right, going over some of the comments, it looks like Ken and Gus have got the hang of those things that they're looking for. And again, if either you have other questions or you need me to touch on some of that some more, don't hesitate. Throw those questions out here. That's what, that's what makes this a great session. How is it 12:36 already? Is that real time? I felt like we just started this 5 minutes ago. Holy cow. All right, fair enough. It's 12:36. Sorry, I feel like we're zipping along here on this hour. Not that they ever seem like they take forever or they seem like they're a long hour, but this just seems extraordinarily quick to me. So I think we've covered some good stuff here. I feel like we're cooking and cruising along. Let me know that that helped or made sense, or at least gave you an idea there, Hail Mary Hedge, on what you were looking for there. And again, folks, continue to throw those questions at me while I'm here. I got another 20 plus minutes here. As I told Barry, no need to rush back if he's tied up and busy doing anything here. Maybe he's baking some bread in the oven or something. Needs an extra few minutes to let that dough rise. I don't know. I kid. Anyways, though, sorry, just peeling back over to make sure I touched on everything that was coming in through here. Looks like we did all right. Looks like we're doing all right. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So, all right. With that said, oh boy, I had an alert here on CBay from last Friday that I deleted. When it gapped down under 16, I said, it might be something to keep an eye up on over 16 again. Well, kind of blew that one, huh? Oh, well. when the market goes higher. But that's so relative, right? Because keep something in mind, you know, the market going higher is based on so many stocks, right? And if you're trying to find the top stocks that are moving it, you know, you got to look at what's in the quote unquote market of, or the basket of stocks you're looking at, and the index you're looking of the basket or the index that you're looking at, and how that works. So, for example, if you consider the market to be the Dow Jones, remember that the Dow Jones is price weighted, right? If you are looking at the NASDAQ or the S&P, you know, using the Qs or the SPYs, that's cap weighted, right? So, you know, keep those things in mind on when you're looking at what's truly moving the market, right? You know, we could take something like, well, let's just do this for fun really quick. Let me get rid of that race. Configure. Let's get rid of these things in here. Let's just look at stocks that are, you know, from price 0 on up, that traded, you know, for some kind of reasonality sake, let's go with 1 million shares traded on a day. All right, so now this is just going to be a top list. It's going to tell me the top stocks that are up the most today, right? Do you think now TENX? Look at this thing. This thing's up 313% today. How much effect do you think that has on the overall market? I'm going to bet none. You know, very negligible. Now, if we take this whole conglomerate of stocks here that mostly probably have little effect individually on the market as a collective, they're probably having a very positive effect on the market overall, right? As we look at the 100 stocks that are in here. Now, there might be a stock or two in here that does have some more significant weighting, let's call it, right? We could see that here. We could do this like this. Let's add market cap. And when I say the market, I'm talking about, let's just use the S&P 500 as our benchmark here. So we go show column, and let's look at market cap, and let's expand this way out. And let's get rid of that 20 days also real quick here. Column, let's get rid of, move on 20 days there. Yeah, that's good. Just want to give some more market cap space. So when you've got stocks that are in, you know, the you know, millions on market cap, you know, in the lower on the millions, not even in the billions, that, you know, you need a lot of them to do some move. Now you've got something like Tesla here, that's going to make a splash, right? So, you know, you need to combine a lot of different ideas and functions here to see what's truly moving the market itself more on an individual basis. It's either that, or you consider, you know, the big conglomerate of everything moving together, essentially. So, like, obviously Tesla going to have some pretty big effect on here. You know, I don't know what that's at. Oh, Boeing, you know, Boeing's going to have an impact on this market here. PRPL it's like dropping the rock in the ocean. You know, this is not going to have, you know, this thing could be up 5,000%. It's really not influencing the market almost at all, right? But you take 100 stocks that are like that, you know, then you're going to find some overall influence in the market. Not that all 100 of these are going to be in the S&P 500. You know, you have to consider that as well. So yeah, you can also take here, I'm going to share something with you for looking at sectors. If you want to load this, give me 1 second. You know, because everything we do in the market is a puzzle, right? It's all a puzzle, and we get to decide what pieces we want to put together to see how that puzzle forms. That's, to me, one of the coolest parts of what we do, is we decide what pieces of the puzzle are relevant. So let me share this out with you real quick, and I'm going to go over it. And this might be something that you'll find very useful. So there's that cloud link. Go ahead and load that if you want. And then I'm going to load it also to go over with you. So this is a sector analysis list that I created here. It's got 73, 74 stocks on there, something like that. And in this sector analysis, you're going to find a lot of your most popular looking sectors here. For example, we've got the solars, we've got energy, the overall energy here, both as the IYE and the XLE. You've got your exploration of energy, gas, and oil stocks, right? We've got the jets here. We've got, let's look at some of the loser on here. Semiconductors through here. We've got real estate. We've got cloud computing. We've got semiconductors again. We've got biotechs, right? We've got communication. Here's some more communication, your financials, your regional banks, right? All through here, KRE, KBE, so on and so forth, right? And so you could sort this as a position in year here. The color scheming of this is based on change from close percent right now. You could change this around, add columns, take those columns away. You can even give this, if you want, in properties, we could say use graphical indicator, right? So instead of having that percentage indicator, some people want to see it more as a graphic like this on what's leading and lagging on the overall year. So you got, one of my favorites to pick on, clean energy. There are no people investing in clean energy. None. Zero. Anyone that tells you are is a liar. How do I know they're a liar? Look at that chart. That's what tells me they're a liar. So, but take it for what it's worth, right? The same thing with solar stocks here. So we could see, position and range. This thing is getting absolutely slaughtered over the year, right? Versus, we've got the leaders on the year here, technology and communications, right? Here's your communications sector. This thing's sitting up at an all-time high. Technology sitting up at an all-time high, essentially, right? I believe we had an all-time closing high on Friday, as a matter of fact, in technologies. So I think this might be helpful for you in that regard, because this is going to be more relevant to looking at the S&P and the NASDAQ. I even lump in some of the Dow in that case for a lot of this. So, and then from there, you can see what you're given, and you could decide how you want to sort this, of course, too there, Amelia, right? We don't have to be stuck with the position in year range, right? We could do 5-day range, right? So again, I can come in here at properties and I could, that doesn't let me do a graphical indicator there, I guess, huh? All right, not all of them will let you do a graphical indicator, but we could break this in other ways too. So we've got it on the year, and now let's see what's the position 20-day range, right? Let's go ahead and show that column out. Right, so now we can take a look at it in some different metrics here, right? Let's just swap those. Let's go more in order of that there. And so we can see here on this position in year range, and then we can see what's strong over the 20-day range here too as well, right? So, that XLC and the XLK also leading the way. Uranium coming from the bottom of the year, right, all the way up here towards coming up to one of the leaders on the year, as so on and so forth with quite a few of these. And to add, a little more context to some of this, I do have in this list here for you the diamonds representing the Dow 30, the SPY obviously representing the S&P 500, and the Qs representing the NASDAQ. There's also the IWM in here somewhere as well. I don't know exactly where that is located as far as position and things go. There it is, IWM down here. And, so again, we can see, look, over the last 20 days, IWM still negative over the last 20 days, while also being negative on the year, just continues to not be quote unquote strong. Although, obviously off the lows on the year at this point. So hopefully that's giving you some help. Like I said, it becomes a puzzle, right? There's no one way to slice this on what has the market moving up overall. There's a number of things that we can look at here. So let me know there, Hail Mary, that hopefully that helped anybody else. I hope, that was also beneficial to other individuals in here. And, that can tie back into what we talked about early on with that sector channel, right? Again, here we go. If I go on the menu bar here, I go new and dock channel bar here. And let's go down, scroll down to more, right? I had to click more. Let me show that again. That was in the way, right? So at the bottom here on this dock channel bar, there's a show more down here that we can click. And then we scroll down through that more and get a sector analysis channel. And we can see some individual sectors in here that we've created with the symbols in those as well, and we could see how those are looking and balancing on the day today, like, materials, leaning to the upside today, right? Retail leaning to the upside, healthcare leaning to the upside, energy big time to the upside today, consumer staples leading big time to the upside today, the financials, the consumer discretions, and utilities and technology and communications. Those are actually the laggers on the day. While we've already discussed that, a ton, that communication and technology are our leaders on the year. Would you say the best case use for the races is what is moving at the present moment? Yes, I would say that best case is for what is moving at the moment. That's my 2 cents. Someone else might tell you something completely different. They would not be wrong. We would just have a difference in opinions. That's all. And that's what makes a market, right? I have to add the filter to my column list in order for it to be an option to run on races. That is correct. Yes. In order to get that column to run as a race, you have to, in order to get that category to run as a race, you have to have it as a column selected. That's correct. That is correct. Drop that out of the way again. There we go. Very good. Move that on over this way. Perfecto. Yeah, right. Cruising along, I think. And if you ever hang here long term, so I do the Monday sessions always. And you're welcome there, Raven. Always good to know that what I'm doing here is received. Even if it's not well received in the sense of, you need me to poke at it more and be a little clearer or elaborate more. It's always good for me to know so I can continue to improve upon what I'm doing here. But following up the thought here on all that, on Mondays, I usually do the Monday session at noon here, take over for that hour for Barry. Oftentimes, if I'm not getting questions throughout that hour, or even sometimes even if I'm getting some questions, I'll still circle in on it. We do a rundown of the sector analysis list that I've created here and just kind of go, sector by sector on some of the winners and some of the losers over long and short-term periods. And just get a market sense of what is happening. We'll call it underneath the hood. It's not I think that's less of a deep dive underneath the hood than some of the deep dives that can be done in market analysis in general. But not everybody needs to dive all the way underneath that hood. Someone like me, show me what's strong, give me some price action and volume, give me some support and resistance lines, and let's move forward from there. Other people like to be a lot more granular on those types of things. And again, simply what makes a market, right? I have found, going through CMT studies over the last couple of years, a lot of the stuff that I've done over the years, I still like it, even with all the new things that have been added to my knowledge base. Not that I ignore those things. It's nice to have them. It's nice to know those. It also makes it so that when different traders, different fund managers are talking about different things, I can understand what they're talking about. And sometimes they apply and sometimes they don't apply, or think to myself, I never thought of it in this way, so on and so forth. Okay, so I think we're caught up here still on those questions from the YouTube side of things. To the Alpha Predator channel, I recall seeing it back in the basic series as well. Yeah, so that still exists there, Raven. What you got to do here. So we have two different channel bars now. One we call a dock channel bar. The other we call just the channel bar. The channel bar is the original. The dock has a different format, or everything kind of put together inside of a container window. That gives us some limitations on the way some of the scans and layouts of the platform are configured. So I just go to channel bar, and there's two different ways. We either scroll down, or I could expand it like this. I go show more, and you will find Alpha Predator here, and that'll still be there. I can't click on it because I'll lose my whole layout that I have set up currently if I do click on it, and I don't want to lose that entire layout. So, but that's still all there. There's a lot more channels inside the non-docked channel bar than there is in the docked channel bar. There are also channels inside the docked channel bar that are not present in the non-docked channel bar as well. Not a bunch, but I think there's a couple of them there anyways. Essentially, again, it becomes different formats for different people. They like to see things different ways. I use some docking features, but I am not overly crazy about them. If it went away tomorrow, my feelings would not be hurt. Yes, you got it. Of course, happy to get that clarified for you. I think we're caught up still here, right? I think so. So with that said, certainly worth noting here. Well, I've got that IWM chart up here. We came down. This had been the bottom for quite some time. We came down, poked underneath it, poked up above it, poked back underneath it again. Do we need these small caps to get going to continue this market moving up? Not necessarily. Sure won't hurt. What we could use is them to really just stop going down, though, right? For the moment, long term, they're slightly on a downtrend while still being kind of in a range here. Oh man, I haven't used this version of the charts in a while. Get rid of some of the stuff in here. And these lines are pretty relevant still here. Go ahead and stick one down here as well. So, I think we're boxed into a few different kind of important ranges at this point. And even I would drop that down to here, considering that we've kind of bounced in that area, off that area a few times here, right? Once we came down under it, we couldn't get back above it, couldn't get back above it, couldn't get back above it, couldn't get back above it. And then we broke down here. Here we are again, bang, bang. We didn't quite touch it here. We banged on that let down level again. So anyways, we'll see how that goes. How much longer will this room be open? All right. So where you found me on this link here, Raven, I'll be in and out of here for a couple of more hours today. When I wrap up here in a little while, I'm going to take a short break for a few minutes. You can join Barry, who will be taking this back over on the YouTube side of things. Let me get you a link for that. Bear with me. Bear with me while I look for the web pages that I want. Almost there. There we go. So that will bring you, because I'm streaming on the YouTube side of things right now as I've taken over for Barry in the traders room, give him a much needed hour break. So that will bring you over to there to Barry while I take a short break myself after this, and then I'll be back on this side of things. But this side of the test drive support that I created here, which everybody's received a few emails and messages for, in case you don't have it. I don't do like a lot of market commentary. I don't do any market commentary. I just kind of sit idle unless someone's got questions for me. As I have other tasks and projects that I'm consistently working on here for reporting things and testing things. So as long as nobody's asking me questions on that side of the support of things, then it just sits there kind of, it'll be on a different screen than what you see now with kind of a welcome page there until someone, uses the raise hand function to alert me they got something going on that they need a little help with. Let me get rid of that. There we go. Move this back around. Is AVTR a bear flag? Look to what time frame? AVTR. On a daily, I'd say it's got a bear flag look if you're looking at it on a daily time frame. It's going to need to break down sooner. It's going to lose it, But, here's your flat, here's your pole. And kind of you got this, flag coming out this way. So, but you're going to need it to break down. Hourly. Take a look at a 60-minute chart here. Yes, similar. It's a long time to run sideways to be a flag anymore, right? I mean, where's the pole on this, right? Here's your pole. And it kind of ran sideways for a while before kind of reversing. So less on the hourly than it is on the daily chart. It's going to need to break down. I don't really see much of a bear flag there on an hourly chart. Had it broke down, then I guess maybe, but that needed to break down several days ago. Mr. Barry.
I am here. Yes. I'm just getting set up here.
All righty.
To go.
All right. Perfect. I got to say, this might have been
I actually just popped in now. I was busy for most of the hour. So
yeah, I looked up. It felt like I was here for 5 minutes and it was already almost 12:40.
Oh, so that's good.
I think it was a good session. Hopefully people got a lot out of it.
Yeah. Okay, Chris, thanks again, as always, for taking over for me. Always appreciated. And
always my pleasure.
We'll see you next week, I guess.
All right. I'll be here.
Okay.
And in between. Bye. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. Yeah, just get one moment. All right. Some analysis on TNON. I don't know if you're asking Chris that or myself, but I'll hop on. Somebody asked analysis on TNON. So interesting. Okay, they've got not that I think it's going to be a big deal, but they do have earnings after hours tomorrow, according to our provider. It's not trading anything super abnormally. This is such a low float, 1.8 million in the float. You're probably asking because 3 days ago, it had a great run from 130 all the way up to 468. It did trade off though that day. And right now, to me, there's nothing to see. I mean, if it takes out 324 is Friday's high, 352. It's not really trading, astonishing right now. Again, 1.33 times normal. So I really don't see much in it right now. Well, okay, if you were going to take this trade right now, you probably want to. Well, I mean, that'd be for a $3 stock. I mean, that's the problem. Are you talking about on an intraday basis? You want to take it and day trade it, or you're trying to hold it for a couple of days? First of all, I wouldn't hold it, because it does have earnings. Even though I don't think it's not really a stock that anybody thinks it's going to have great earnings or anything. But so I don't think that's an issue. But But, look at the 15, it's been kind of chopping around. Where's the VWAP? So 273 is the VWAP. So, maybe you put a stopper on the VWAP. See, make sure it tries to hold at least the VWAP. Oh, you're not, you I think what Chris was talking about was in the Zoom meetings, if that's what you're trying to do. You're now I've taken over for Chris in our YouTube room. So that's, so you're not talking to Chris anymore. But the way I do it, I mean, I'd look left and, it's got a 324 could stall it, number 1. It's in between that and the VWAP. 273 might be a support. But I don't see that it's, I mean, look, sure, the trend is up today, but I don't see that it's wildly exciting right now. So you see what's happening now for me anyway, starting to get some of these cheaper ones as we're starting to drift a little bit outside of earnings season. So we're going to start to get some of these cheaper ones with lower floats that I'll be paying more attention to now that we're starting to get outside of earnings season. But TSN has been a gem since that VWAP break. Had a little pause right around here for a while, but other than that, well, that VWAP break, now that VWAP is lower than it was. I think it was, I want to say it was 40, it was around 47. It was up here. It was around 47.60, I think. Of course, so it's moved down as the price is moving down and the volume. So the market now, since I left at right here. So the market now has been kind of moving down, not in a horrible way, but just, stepping it down after that, from 9:45 to 11:45. So we had 2 hours straight up. And TSN again is just drifting down, drift, drift, drift. More indicative of a big float, 278 million in the float. So another topsy-turvy day for it. I mean, again, this went very positive at one point, was very negative, TSN in the pre-market, quite positive, and now we're back to being negative. So this one's got a little bit of room, guys. I mean, on the weekly chart, this is FTRE, just a little bit of room. I mean, the next high is 32. We're at 31.61 right now. Well, actually, 31.74 is the next high in the daily. So I don't know. I mean, it's a nice breakout. Very nice breakout on earnings. But right now, I'm not seeing too much. Hmm. Wonder if this, obviously a buyout, guys, GHL, some kind of a buyout. So it's drifting down just a little bit. I wonder if the buyout is in jeopardy, maybe? GHL. Just looking to see if I can see any news on this. This stone, STNE, where's the view at for this one? STNE. 1182, guys. So 1182. So it's getting close. Break down through that 1178. That was the RAI. That was the alert for it. And with the market, it looks like it's kind of following the market right now. Are you missing any? Well, I mean, if you're talking about major sectors, I mean, you XLE certainly, it's energy. XLC is communications. This is in pre-market. This is what I do. I go over these. So I don't know if you want to add these. So you've got XLK, that's communications, but I'm sorry, that's technology. XLC, that's pretty big. Healthcare, XLV. I mean, it's up to you. Utilities, I don't think. So I mean, these are the major sectors. And you've got financial, you've got industrials, and you've got tech. Um, Let me just see. I don't run races anymore, but let's take a look at S&P 500 races. Let's see what it's based on. It's probably all the stocks. Yeah. So it's not. Um, Probably have to make ETF racing. Let's take a look at ETFs. So these are a lot of different ETFs. Okay, probably more than, I don't know if it's more than what you want, but there are a lot of ETFs in here moving down, moving up. But it's easy enough to make your own. You just have to, whatever symbols you want, just put them in a symbol list and then attach it to a top list window and then launch the race from it, if that's what you really want to do. Or you could use this. I mean, these are a lot of different ETFs in here. Boy, TSN just continues. So it's broken down through. Now this could. I was just going to say it's going to show up in the abnormal option scanner. It would have shown up right around here, the low of the day, right there, 45.97. So my guess Yeah, so it showed up an alert at 45.72. Okay, it had to take out the low of the day. So Riley finally did have a bounce again. Good clue right here, guys. If you kept following it, these two big bottoming tails on the 15, sellers, kept trying to knock it down. Buyers close a little bit higher. Then they gave up for a while. The sellers have given up for a while anyway. Probably a decent entry would have been just a little bit over 18. Hertz, another all-time low. HTZ. Well, you know what? Let's just take a look at the airlines. Yeah, all-time low now. Had earnings on the 26th. Let's take a look at jets. Pretty tied into car rentals, I think. Okay, so you guys were talking about T-non, so at least T-non would have did it. Okay, and now it might get interesting now. It just took out where it's at yesterday's high, Friday's high, 324, and so the next high looking left is 351. It's not that far away, 20 cents away or so. Boy, this is a choppy. It would be really interesting to see what this guy's going to say. The CEO is going to say. Let me say he's on between 1:30 and 2:30 on CNBC today. This has been a very choppy trader today. Meanwhile, TSN just keeps making new low after new low. I'm hearing it way up here. Maybe some support around 45. Just looking here on the couple of 15-minute candles right there, around just a little over 45. All about the VWAP break, guys, which was at one point was around 47.60. Just when it broke that VWAP, the way to the races. And it doesn't hurt the fact that, I mean, this was down, in the pre-market. So I mean, the first reaction to earnings was not good at all. Yeah, it had a nice move, but after that, I guess reality set in, and okay, guys, I think I'll do my video now. What time is it? 1:17. So shouldn't take that long, but just in case, I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, Metsi, guys, Metsi. I don't know if he's, well, not supposed to be talking yet, but in advance of the CEO talking, I guess between 1:30 and 2:30 Eastern time on CNBC. That's what somebody said. So in advance, so this is not no rumor. This is what it says. He's scheduled to appear on CNBC and Fox Business Channel this week. And then on Wednesday, so today is CNBC, and then on Wednesday, a follow-up. See what happens. That's Power Hour between 3 and 4. So they're being a little, well, 1:30 to 2, so it's 1:24 right now. So this might be just in advance of what people think he might say. And this still has room. I mean, this still actually has some room. Looking on a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, there is the next high on the monthly chart. I mean, way up here at 2106, so it still has some room to move. Meanwhile, TSN just keeps making a new low. Is he speaking now? Is he actually speaking right now, Casa? Okay, so they jumped the gun a little. Thank you. Sorry, Trader Tim, we don't have anything like that, unfortunately. Sorry. Getting hit at the ask more on average in a 15-minute period. Sorry. Okay, guys, this is so he's talking. Whatever he's saying, the market's liking it so far. Anybody? Is there anybody actually listening? Look at the volume coming in. This will turn into probably the biggest volume bar of the day. Normally, when you look at stocks, how they trade, the first 15-minute volume bar is usually the biggest of the day. But look at this. Oh yeah, so sorry, Trader Tim, we just don't have anything like that. Wow. You must be saying all the right things so far, anyway. Yeah, look at the volume, guys. Look at that volume. Beam, boy, Beam looks a little like you did on Friday. Not an earnings play. Was an earnings play on the 8th, but moved down. And now look at this. Not quite positive, but Definitely not being affected by the market downturn at all, moving higher. Well, it's too extended now, Tim. I'm Trader Tim. I mean, is Beam a buy was the question. I mean, I'm pointing it out only because it's showing up on the scan. So I click on it. I don't know what I'm going to see. I see this, and obviously, you're chasing it now. So, maybe 2015 is, well, it's probably too far away. You'd have to wait for some kind of either pause or maybe a pullback a little bit, but it's still negative for the day. So it's not like this is a great, like a highly positive stock. It just happens to be recovering. I mean, if I were any bias at all, I'd probably be looking at a short on this. Bre-X in the making. HG, were you around in those days? Me too. No, 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 no. Trader Tim, don't listen to me. I'm not saying to short Beam, okay? I'm not an investment advisor. Okay. I'm just saying that, the way it's trading, it's pretty extended. And if the market keeps doing this, it's still a weak stock. I'm just saying my bias would be, but there's nothing telling me to short it right now. Meanwhile, back in the MET-C, look at MET-C. Had a little bit of a pullback and now making another new high here, I think. Come on, come on. Yeah, it's had a little bit of a pullback to 1879, and now he must be saying astonishing things. Pretty good run, guys, from 3 days ago. Almost a double, not quite. 1144. Well, not quite a double. Have to get up to about 22, but oh man, I mean this volume bar might even eclipse the previous one. It still has a lot of time, 7 minutes for this one to close. So this might even eclipse the previous one. And guys, 18 abnormal option activity. A little bit later, the 10-day daily breakout at 1910. The Salt Shack, HG, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I say the Salt Shack. And that, I mean, that's obvious. I mean, do they have the technology to extract it? Aha, FTRE, Real is pointing this one out. So this is an earnings play. The VWAP's at 30.73, so that is quite a bit above the VWAP. Well, Steve loves this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, so it's coming right into it, the FTRE. He likes to see what happens right around that. That's sort of like the VWAP, not the VWAP, of course, in this case, but that blue line you see in my 15-minute chart. Wow, METC. Could 20 be next? Okay, guys, 137. I'm going to say this a few times because people sometimes miss. I don't want anybody to miss this. So if you go to my homepage, well, no, I'll do this. Okay, so I am anticipating that promo code that you see there, early bird 30, will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Now it's possible that it'll still be alive next tomorrow, but it's scheduled to expire 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay. So you got 30% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're unsure about this product, don't take out an annual. You can always still do the 30% off that first month. And within 30 days, if you decide, yeah, I'd love to take out an annual, obviously getting a better per month discount, then you can do it. Okay, we'll honor the 30%, as long as you let us know within 30 days of taking out this subscription. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Also, Yeah, if you do take out a subscription, really appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Use and when you come into my homepage, use that code when you're in the homepage. This really helps the room, guys. Really helps the room a lot. Lets the company know that people are watching, and obviously we use this room for marketing. It is a free room. So the more people who take out subscriptions using coming into the room and using the promo, it really helps the room out. And I'm not just talking today. I mean, if you're not prepared to take out a subscription today, but maybe next week, next month, next year, just come into the room, use whatever promo you see. Okay. Okay. So William says he will keep the room open, the main room open until 4:11, maybe 4:14 or 4:15. Says there's not a lot. I know. I think Walmart isn't Walmart, or is it Costco? Walmart released this week, or there were some retailers releasing this week. Yeah, November 16th. Okay, so there's some big retailers releasing this week earnings. So it's not like earnings season is completely over, but if you recall being in the room on Friday when I did this, drag this down, I couldn't see all the names. Okay, that's how many earnings plays there were. Now, tomorrow, I think we'll see more because, today is Monday, so we're not getting tomorrow. We'll see the ones after hours today, plus in the pre-market tomorrow. So I'm sure we'll see a more full list, but certainly not like it wasn't last Thursday and Friday. So you can see somebody asked earlier about the TNON. You can see what it did. I mean, yeah, it broke up a little bit above that high yesterday, but not much. And now it's pulled right back. And then you get this giant bottoming tail. Pretty tough. Where are you going to put a stop? I mean, you get a giant bottoming tail like that, it's going to wipe you out of your trade if you have a proper stop. So that's why I figured that this is just, I mean, it may get going later if I can really take this out and start to run. But right now, to me personally, it's just way too choppy. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Excuse me. All right, guys, I'm back. Hello, Marius. Is Metsi finding well, I mean, is it finding I mean, there's no in theory resistance chart wise, but I mean, there's gotta, you have to obviously there's a lot of profit taking at some point that's going to take place with it. So I mean, you look at it, Metsi, I mean, as I've said, if you look left on a monthly chart, I mean, there still is room for it to keep going, but I mean, look at in fact, that volume was huge, absolutely huge. So I mean, there's a lot of profit taking obviously happening. Whether it's going to be whether this is it or it has another run, I don't know. Are we able to get Toronto stock market data? Um, yes and no. I think I still have this. Yeah, I do. Great. So I am a Canadian. Okay, so just to know, if can you want to take a screenshot of this? So it's a little bit crazy, but I mean, we do get real time Canadian data. You will not get charts. So I don't know if you want to take a screenshot of this so you can read it. Okay. Let's see if I can actually. I don't know if this is going to work in YouTube. There's a limitation. No, wait a minute. Yeah, I can give you my health resumes, Marius. Just give me a moment. It may get cut off though. That's the issue. Ay, just give me a moment. I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, I don't seem to be able to paste it into YouTube. So hopefully you can take a screenshot of this. And Marius, as far as halts resumes are concerned, you can have the one that I've got. It's super simple. Just go to my home page. If you didn't get it, Mark, I'll put it back up. But I mean, yeah, for some reason I cannot paste that in there into a YouTube. So Marius, just go to my home page and click on it. And when you do that, oops, scroll down to the scan section, click here, and here is the halt resumes. I mean, it's super simple. It's nothing. Okay. I mean, this is all it is. Here's your alert for the halt. Here's your alert for the resume. I put a minimum 20,000 shares. You can do what you want, but that's it. I mean, it's that simple. I have not even been following them. I'm chewing on something. Probably a SPAC. Yeah, one of these SPACs. Yeah, correct. If you want more, if you want columns other than in addition to, or you don't want these columns, yeah, you just add the ones you want. I have the float, the volume today, count. I don't care about really. I don't know why I have it here, and the price, and obviously you want description, time, and symbol and type. But but other columns you can add, of course. So Beam is still, relatively strong. It's actually kind of a red bar ignored for Beam. Yeah, Target. Yeah, Target. Target should be. Isn't Target before Walmart? BGT. Yeah, the day before. Okay, guys. As I say, this is not as an exciting. The morning was great. I mean, I thought the morning we had lots of activity and all, but I'm sort of grinding into the close right now for me personally. This one do CWAN. Yeah, actually, this has been pretty good. Somebody mentioned that they're some kind of a shot to take if for the call it the alcohol season. Everybody drinking too much starting in December, maybe. Safety Shot brand. There you go. The first patented beverage on earth that helps people feel better faster by reducing blood alcohol content and boosting clarity. Well, there you go. Who doesn't want that? You're no fun, William. But I wonder how much different it is from, I don't know, the energy drinks or obviously they feel they've got a formula that is going to be better to reduce the alcohol content. Yeah, there I suppose there's that. Seems like a justification for people who have a drinking problem just to keep drinking. Okay, let's take a look at METC and any important level that it has moved down into. William's talking about the 5.8. 1878, so it's below the VWAP now, just a little bit below the VWAP, kinda at the VWAP area. Sorry, guys, I'm just, looking at some headlines for my Stantec stock. Another one. Okay, remember Chase back in the '90s? Talking about Chase Manhattan, or what are you talking about? Wigglevoss. Oh, hangover drug. No, I do not remember. I don't remember. I do remember, this is not a hanger do you guys remember Jolt? Which was the, you know what? The heck with, health. The huge caffeine, huge sugar, something else also, breaking all the health breaking all the health rules. Jolt, if you remember that one. Yeah, Jolt Cola. I don't remember Doctor Nut. Ah, okay. You're a pepper? Another pepper? Okay, guys, so the METC could be the interesting one. The longer it holds, the VWAP area, 1878, 1878. I have a feeling that if it gets over 19 again, it could have a run, another run. So I'm just gonna stick an alert just over 19 and see if it, yeah, twice the sugar, twice the caffeine. Don't think they could, have it on the market today. So yeah, so take a I mean, obviously a huge topping tail. I mean, that's the big deal on Metsi. Big sell-off, a lot of profit taking. But we've got these two bottoming tails also. You know, sellers keep trying to knock it down, but the buyers are times are right now 159. So this back 2 o'clock right now. So that candle now has closed. Key candle, the next one. Will the VWAP hold it? 1878, or will it maybe go above 19 and go on a bit of a run again? And that is for the Met C. Yeah, I mean, Jolt, I'm just reading about it. You know, they saw production in 2011 as, you know, things like Monster Beverage and Red Bull. And I actually like the 5 hour energy drink. I don't find it, I don't feel like I have a caffeine crash. So here we go, guys. So will the VWAP hold this? Let's see. So Shady, what Shady is saying that he took it at 1886 and his stop is at 1862. Okay, that's for the Met C. Yeah, this hour. Well, any sort of there are days I just drag guys, and you know, a little artificial stimulant doesn't hurt. Well, guys, the battle is on right now. Met C, the battle is on. Can it take out 19 again? There's a bit of a oops right there, guys. So again, 1878 is the VWAP. So it's just right at that area. Yeah, Verve had some bad, well, when I say bad data, the reaction to the data they released was obviously not great. Nothing to do with earnings, of course, but just yeah, Verve fails after early stage data for lead asset. Yeah, I think it's let's see, it doesn't look They're getting a little too far away from that VWAP now. Oh, look at Vuzi now. Is this an all-time low? VUZI. No, not quite an all-time low, but boy, oh boy, had earnings on Friday, I believe. Yeah, Friday. Reaction. I know it had earnings post-market Thursday, but the reaction's on Friday, and you can see just a big drop and a bigger one today. Yeah, it's okay. It did take out that high. Very, very tough to hold, though. I mean, it depends where you got in because look at that big bottoming tail right down to 281. But on the move now, and the next high is 351. And if it takes that out, then it has that shot to the 470 level. That is TNON. And very low flow, 1.8 million in the float. We saw this one back in these days. Yeah, this Dr. CT has been hmm, again, for me, a little bit choppy just because, if I'm going to take something like this, where am I going to put my stop and not get stopped out unless I take a wide stop, in which case you can't take as many shares, of course, and where is it going to go and all that sort of stuff. So that kind of prevented me, but nonetheless, 460 from the 10-day daily breakout right there at 940, and but they're chopped around quite a bit. But no disputing the fact that since 460, it has, the trend has been up for Dr. CT. And where could it go? The next high looking left is 540 on the weekly chart, and after that, 620. So, man, I mean, if it somehow takes out 540, maybe today or tomorrow, you've got this way up here at 620 as your next area that could, try to fill in. So, if you have any questions, do not be shy. Ask away. This is a support room also, okay? It's not just a trading room. And if I cannot answer, I'll try to direct you to somebody who can. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing too much that I'm that interested in. What's the float in this shot? So low float, 21 million. So, I mean, obviously, just different classifications of stock, but this Riley G just made a new low. It doesn't trade as much, 150,000 shares, but it did just make a new low. But it is untradeable. Why? Look at the spread. Well, when I first saw it, it said 1468. So basically, it's kind of untradeable. Take a look at the Riley. Yeah, I mean, that's six because the Riley G is moving down. This one is sort of moving up, but 6.9 million shares have traded. The other one, what, 150,000. All right, guys. Well, this TNON is still flirting with this 351 level, which is the high of 2 days ago. Well, wow. Okay, so this MNTK coming right into the 200-day moving average, that blue line chart coming right into it after it just got hammered down on earnings on Friday. I'm just going through some of my some of the earnings plays, guys. See if there's anything interesting. Okay, guys, just go over my homepage one last time. Okay, well, it doesn't look that good now for the Mets. See, I thought maybe it was going to hold level and maybe move above the VWAP, but doesn't look like it's going to now. All right, so on my homepage, again, this is what you're going to see. Again, that early bird 30 expiring tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. 30% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher course, this is another free series of videos you can take a look at. I do a stock of the day video that you can take a look at, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. My guess is that it did not trigger, but let's take a look. It is Fubo at 260. Let's see if it actually triggered. And the answer is, well, I guess it did. I mean, in theory, yeah. So Fubo did trigger. Now, how you trade it will be up to you. The trigger was 260. I think Steve said the stop is something like 242. So you're sort of halfway in, but you're in between. If you took it, these are designed more for longer term trades. And this is free also, okay? The trade of the week is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be there. In the education, big education section here. And again, here are my scans, all the scans that I'm currently sharing. You hear me talk. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Halts resumes over here. Momentum, Momo up here. Abnormal option activity right up here. And you'll hear me talk about my 10 daily breakout and down. This is I have them individualized, not in a doc, so you can kind of pick and choose what you want. And I have other scans that I am sharing. So you can always take a look at those. Well, AutoZone, isn't that a like a really expensive stock? I know I haven't. I think AutoZone isn't that a really expensive stock, like even over 1,000. Yeah, no, I've never traded on AutoZone. No. Not really a wide spread. I mean, 2,701, 2,709. For I mean, for a $2,700 stock, probably not that wide a spread. But the other one, no, yeah, I shy away from those price ranges. Yeah, no. Again, $7 spread on a $3,100 stock. Probably not the worst. Well, I mean, in absolute numbers, but it's all about the price of the. I mean, if this were a $10 stock and it was a $7 spread, of course, but $3,100 stock, $7 spread. How do I use time and sales? I just use it. Well, it's just information, Ray. I don't really look at the level 2 or anything like that. It's just information, of course, for me and seeing where the bid and ask is, how fast a stock is trading. So it's just information. Every time when I click on an alert, that's the one of the first things I look at. This is sort of my progression. I look here, see what the float is. Then I check here, what's the spread? How fast is it trading? But it's just basically information. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I have to know what the bid ask is. I have to check to see whether or not is this how tight the spread is. I mean, right now, I would never take this one. 632, 660. It's way too much for a $6 stock. Well, I mean, the good thing about STNE, I guess, holding 12, not too badly, but you got to look left. Where do you think it can go? Because there is your next high looking left. 1245. Actually, I think on the daily chart, I thought I saw 1236. Yeah, 1236 on the daily chart. So, I mean, it's not bad because it's through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play, of course. My concern though would be, this area right over here, right over there between 1240 and 1250. So if you're talking about worth holding on, what to as a swing? See, for me, it wouldn't work because I'm looking left and I think, well, maybe it's only going to get up to there. Oh, look, it could just scoot right through all that. But just the way I trade, when I look left, and if I think it's too close, then I'm not going to take the trade. And just because this is the next left or next left, the next high looking left doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. But it's a strong earnings play. There's no question. It is a strong earnings play. It's still up 12%. Big breakout here through the 200-day. What's having a little bit of a rundown is ILMN. ILMN coming out of a little bit of consolidation. Okay, a little bit of a move down now, guys. Again, earnings play on Friday. It was down for the day, but it had a great recovery. 88 up to 99. So I had about an $11 recovery. It was still down a lot for the day, but it did recover off the lows. But look at this. It looks like it's, for all the reasons it was down on earnings, they're still there. Okay, guys. Okay, so I think at this point, and I have about half an hour left. William, we'll keep the room open until 4:11 to 4:15. Okay, so I will take off at around 3, unless there are questions. Always stick around for questions. But I think what I'll do now is just put myself on mute. And if there are any questions, I'll get right back on the mic. Ah, Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute now. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to wrap this up now for me. I don't see any other questions. If there's a question, ask now. Then I certainly will stick around if there's some questions, but if there's no questions, I think I'm just going to pack it in. William will keep the room open. What I'll do before that, though, is I'll put the the main trading room link into YouTube, so you guys can head over and still hang out in a trading room until around 4:15. And this is the link to get into the room. Okay. I do have to shut YouTube down though. You're welcome, Brooke. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll just pack it in now. I'll definitely get on the mic tomorrow, 8 o'clock, not 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock Eastern in both rooms. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And just so you know, I'm obviously putting myself on mute, and the screen sharing will disappear.